High atop Talladega SuperSpeedway on a Sunday night out of all days as we get ready to go racing in NR Night in America. It's always a blast, always an exciting time to be a viewer of this YouTube channel when you know you're gonna probably get 3 streams in just a week. Well, tonight's gonna be a little different from how we do things. Not the 4 to 5 races you're used to, because we are gonna be back Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. But we're gonna have 2 guaranteed races tonight. Maybe a third, but with the theme, if you haven't already checked the title, if you haven't already checked the thumbnail or looked on that racetrack, we have throwbacks. And they're gonna be in race 1, race 2, maybe race 3, depending on how things go. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. You're watching Throwback Night in America live Sunday night prime time after the NASCAR Cup Series race at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. This is going to be exciting to go ahead and see. Let's start off with the format at first. We're going to have duels, 12 laps each, where all 62 drivers that have joined on in will be split from Duel 1 to Duel 2. Then we'll have the top 20 drivers qualify their way into the main event through both those duels. How do we set the running order for those duels, you may ask? Pretty simple. Left side of your screen, you do have the board that will show who will finish out their qualifying order. If you're an odd, you're going to Duel 1. If you're an even, you go to Duel number 2. You must be in a throwback scheme. If you do not join in a throwback scheme, you'll be disqualified. Here's the catch. They had 30 seconds to join in, but they all got the notice early on. You have to run a throwback. Even the title of the session said throwbacks only. That will also be for the truck series. That will be race number 2. Now, why are we doing this? Pretty simple. It's cool. It's exciting, and there's something about seeing throwback cars, and with an 80-lap race, main feature event, and only 2 races, 2 main features tonight, gives us a lot of talking points on who's driving what. For instance, we very rarely talk about Michael Gudger. He's in that number 88 UPS throwback. Obviously, there to Dale Earnhardt. Oh, I said Dale Earnhardt. There to Dale Jarrett. Correction. And how about the number 6 machine? Mason Moriarty, a throwback to Mark Martin. So many great paint schemes out there to go ahead and look and choose from. Here's Chad Thornquist in the 81, a throwback to Dale Jr. Now, here's the best part. The throwbacks really can go to wherever it wants. In the Xfinity Series, you're mainly going to see throwbacks to the NASCAR Xfinity Series and to the Cup Series. Originally, we were going to do it to just Grand National, Busch, and Nationwide. But due to the lack of paint schemes and variety, we were able to go ahead and trickle in a lot of Cup schemes, but we did say we'd rather have Xfinity Series paint schemes. The trucks will be the same way. There's going to be a ton of throwbacks heading north Wilkesboro. Now, if you did go ahead and see yesterday, we did put out the notice that we were going to go to Stafford Springs. As per usual, we had a setup issue. We had the setup fixed. We had it all ready to go. And then there was the issue. So we will get it all sorted out in the meantime and in the future. I did buy Stafford, so Stafford will be coming in a future race. Keep that in mind. I'm telling you, Stafford Springs, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be exciting, and we can't wait to go ahead and drop the hammer at that track, hopefully by next week. I would like to get it Friday, so keep that in mind. Stafford Trucks is in the works. Here's Doug Newbigging rolling on the racing surface in that 21 machine. Down to the inside, the payday throwback to Kevin Harvick. A lot of things to look forward to, a lot of excitement, and we want Sunday night to be one of the big days for NR Night in America. We want it to be a lot of fun, very exciting to see how that all goes down in the future. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying this night of NR Night in America as we get ready to go green. Say hello to viewers in the chat. Bryce, Connor, Lyons, Angel, you're currently watching qualifying as we're down in the last 30 seconds or so, where we'll have 62 drivers rack up a field, split them off into duels. We'll be 31 drivers per duel, and we'll be ready to go green flag racing. Carlos Struther, Jackson Carr, Doug Newbigging, Frank Corley up to that 2nd position. Chad Hornish, I believe he will be in a Sam Hornish throwback. Oh, he missed it. He had a great opportunity to do so. but he will not. In that Coors Light Throwback, another thing is you'll see some drivers with different numbers. That's because of the Sim Stamp. On iRacing with Trading Paints, you can pay for Trading Paints Pro. That will give you a custom number, or you can get the free version. That'll be the Sim Stamped option iRacing already hands out. Now, for an e-ticket event, you need to have Trading Paints Pro, but for Enter Night in America, free range. You can run whatever you want from Sim Stamp to TP Pro. Gonna be a lot of fun to see how this goes. Here's your first lineup in Duel number 1. Wilkerson, top of the board, no surprise here. A long way from his petty blue machine, but nonetheless running a solid looking car. Mostello will be on the outside in row number 1. When he does roll in, Carlos Truther lined up in row number 2, ready to go green. Mostello driving that number 32. A throwback there to Kyle Larson. James Thurston back there in 4th. Mason Moriarty back in 5th. He's back with Aiden Walker in row number 3. William Schmidt, row number 4, with Ethan Vietvu. Davis, Goff, Reyna, Lewis up inside the top 12. Michael Mitchell back there in that 13th spot. That 11 machine throwback there to Elliott Sadler. Cooper Glick in the 05. He runs that outside lane. Not sure what that throwback's to, but good news. We know it's a throwback. Marcus Vanderlee, Bobby Richter, they're lined up wheel to wheel behind them. Marcus Vanderlee in that number 56. No, he's in the 18. Throwback to Rowdy Energy, Kyle Busch. 21 to the outside, another throwback. I believe that is to Denny Hamlin or Eric Almirola. Patrick Connell, Matthew Brower back there in 17th and 18th respectfully. We've got Tobias Matheson, Owen Lebsack, Chad Hornish, Kuznov, Michael Gudgert, Sierra Clamper, lined up, ready to go racing. Bristow, Miranda Rose, William Johnson, Carson Freeman, Xander McKenty, and Will Shack will line up the 32 drivers ready to go green. We're excited to see how this all goes down. Sunday night, theme night. Is that what we have in the future? I love the idea of having themed night in America. For instance, we're rumoring that we even come back next Sunday. Maybe do a color rush. Maybe do test schemes. Maybe something that we've never done before. Only 2 races here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for the feature, but they are going to be a lot longer than you usually see in an Enter Night in America. But it's okay, because we're back Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. We got lights off in Duel 1, so let's go ahead and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. The iceberg dropping a raid on us. We love Jarrett, co-commentator for the e-ticket events. Make sure you guys go subscribe to him for all you NR Night in America loyal viewers, because hey, he makes the best videos on YouTube, and I'll back that up any day. Chevy on Chevy, that will be row number 1. Chevy on Chevy, back to row number 2. Mason Moriarty back there with Aiden Walker, row number 3. 31 drivers in Duel number 1. We'll lower it down to 20 after 12 laps. Duel 2, same thing. The only difference is in Duel 1, you're going for the pole. Carlos Truther has only 1 win in NR Night in America. That came in a duel at Talladega. Looks to back it up in that Ryan Newman throwback. He's downstairs in row number 2. Pace car makes a hard left onto pit road, and it's showtime. We couldn't stream last Tuesday because I was stuck in Daytona. We make it up prime time Sunday night. Jacob Wilkerson lined up with Daniel Mosteller, some of the best drivers to do it on a super speedway. Rack 'em, stack 'em, and light the fuse in Duel 1 at Dega. Pushing already, Thurston on that outside lane. And you see these Xfinity cars, they have more of a bubble when in the draft compared to the next gen in the truck series that we usually see on a super speedway. Top side, Aiden Walker. New throwback for him, that to the Busch series. Lined up with Vietvu, the driver, the number 12. Truther to the back end of Wilkerson. First time full saw heading to turn 3. See some of them already thinking about getting out of line. Davis, Vietvu, Jaden Reyna, Davis, Lewis lined up. One just outside the top 10, the rest very much inside. And Wilkerson has a helping hand downstairs that will help him lead lap number 1. The only problem is Mosteller has a tug on the outside lane. Wilkerson in the line, he gets it, sticks on the board, 11 laps to go. Now you're going to see a lot of pushing and shoving, including in Duel 1, but the big thing here is staying inside that top 20. Left side of your screen, you see the drivers that are in, but I want to say about 16th on back, that's the bubble of concern. You're not sure if you're really going to make it in or not, because you know how things go on that last lap. The duels are great as well, because we've had caution-free duels in the past, and then we've had duels where we thought we wouldn't get a single green flag run. Running to the outside already, Davis Lewis trying to make that third lane work. And oh, by the way, just because you're first, second, or third on the last lap doesn't mean you're in. Look no further than Frank Corley just a couple months ago. Caution-free duel, bumped out of line, went from first to 21st, and got bumped out of the main event. Trouble spin, turn one. Cooper Glick into the outside wall, one up and into the air. That went on its slid. That's Owen Lepsack. That slides down the banking and into the grass as the caution will wave for the first time. Bobby Richard may have gotten a piece of that one as well. Carson Freeman, Miranda Rose, William Johnson, Cooper Glick. I think that was Michael Mitchum with heavy damage in that 11 that has already exited the racetrack. And just as quickly as I said that we could go caution-free, the yellow waves for the first time tonight. Tobias Matheson in that 48, a throwback to Brad Keselowski. His win at Homestead Miami Speedway in 2013 seems to have gone through unscathed. But for Cooper Glick and the SKS crew, it will be a wreck they did not want to see early on. And you think about the pushing and shoving, that was inside that top 20. Like, they were good, they were in. All you have to do then is just get to the checkered flag. But that would not be the case for multiple machines, as we'll go ahead and take a quick look at the replay to see what struck with 10 laps to go head into turn one. You see it already, they're 3 wide, dead center. You're looking for that shuffle. Kuznov, Richard, Mitchum, Glick went 4 wide, and no, there just was not enough room. What a hit by the 9 back to the outside. And in that scenario, you could say, does Glick need to go 4 wide? What's the point? What is the true net gain when you're inside this bubble? But at the same time, you look at it, what's the 32 machine doing? Well, he's going up, lining up with Vietvu. Then all of a sudden, he's giving daylight to Glick on the bottom. That's kind of a tough situation. I want to kind of blame that one on Glick because he needs to line up. The 37, should we say the 32, is going up for a reason to line up with the driver that's in front of him. And we're going to go ahead and get words on that. That is Joseph Goff in that 17 machine. He goes up to line up with the 12 of Vietvu. And if you're Cooper Glick, you're thinking maybe a pass for position. You see there's that hesitation step that consistently brings chaos and destruction at Talladega. You got to be committed right there. The second he saw Glick go to the bottom, talking about the 32, you got to say, oh, I'm stuck in a bad situation. I can't go down anymore. But he's going to need more of a Band-Aid than anything for that machine. Caution is out for the first time here at Talladega. Your race leader, Jacob Wilkerson, lined up with that 32 machine. That's Mosteller. Thurston Truther lines up the fast 4. Walker, Moriarty, Schmidt, Vietvu, now the top 8. And this is going to shuffle the deck considerably. Freeman is now in. McKenney is in. Richard, Bristow, Johnson. So many others have now lined up with that 2x2. Hornish, Gudger, Connell. You see drivers that are really not known for running up front that are in this top 20 that struggle usually in the duels, but that big wreck that they avoided is the big get me over that will hopefully bring them back to the start finish line. We'll get the one to go this time by as pit road. Nope, let's rephrase that. We will go next time by. Pit road still very, very big when it comes down to drivers on pit road. Moriarty, Vietvu, Schmidt, so glad to have you all with us. If you're enjoying the action, if you're enjoying the stream, feel free to drop a like and subscribe, notifications on. It helps us a ton. Matter of fact, we're talking about what do we do if we hit 300 likes here tonight? Do we get a race 3? And I was thinking, you know what if we did something that the Arca Menard series used to do in the past? Have a Gen 4 and a Gen 6 race but it's not a multi-class race. Drivers can choose Gen 4 or Gen 6. And you know what? That's not a bad idea. We just don't know what would happen. It's the big unknown, and we won't know unless we hit 300 likes, because guess what? We get it. We will have an ARCA-style race from 2016 tonight after the Wilkesboro truck race. That will also be a throwback race. Ladies and gentlemen, get the one to go this time by. We're going to sound him off once again. Wilkerson on the bottom, no surprise here. He's going to be one of the best to do it all night long. Mosteller on the outside. Fresh off 2 Super Speedway wins. Matter of fact, he has defended the last 2 Super Speedway races in our night in America. The Darrington Woodworking Florida 500 and race 1 at Atlanta just last Friday. Can he defend Dega and complete the trifecta in just a couple of weeks? Only time will tell. He lines up with a driver that's never won a feature, Carlos Truther. I'm telling you, he will get bold when it matters the most. The one to go. Beautiful crowd on hand, Sunday night, prime time. And a beautiful line of drivers. 62 joined in less than a minute. You had to be quick if you wanted to make this race. And we'll be back Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Don't you forget about it. But right now, it's all about now. Mosteller on the outside lane. Chevrolet still holding strong. Chevrolet still lining up that top 4. Mason Moriarty hasn't won in a long, long time. Maybe Las Vegas, January 2022. And he's lined up with William Schmidt, that we all know as the closer. Top 20 make it in. Everyone else packs the bags and they watch from home. The only thing is, there's still a bunch of machines left running. Wilkerson on the bottom. Mosteller on the outside lane. 6 to go into 1. Mo's top side. No help there. Next driver in line, Vievu. Walker's just going to carry that number 43 machine right to the line. Mo stops in line. Wilkerson 1, Thurston 2, Walker in 3rd. They tied up. Now Walker jumps to the outside with Mosteller. Lines up with Truther. Lines up with Vievu. A big breakaway. Some drivers are thinking, hey, I'm in. I have no problem not winning this race. Others, that racer mentality. Go for the win no matter what. Walker on the outside, shoved by Mose. Wilkerson on the bottom, shoved by Thurston. It's a bow tie battle up front that brings us to 5 to go. That second lane prevail is going to prevail every single time. Swipes the bow of the 43, locks it in. Most top side. Still lined in with Truther. Vievu now gets help. That's going to be from the 13 of Schmidt. Reyna in tow. Connell in tow. Hornish in tow. They're going to stay single file until they know this race is official. See that whole bullet train from about maybe 8th on back. Carson Freeman is in. He's battling with Matheson. Matheson's in tow. That should be the last move unless something bad happens. Marcus Vanderlee has lost the draft. Will need a wreck up front if he wants to make it in. 4 to go. Truther to the outside. Vievu has locked to the rear end of the Chevrolet. Once again, Truther's never won a feature event, but has experience winning in a duel. 31 drivers enter Duel 1. Just 20 once again will advance. but they're going to have to be one of the best super speedway drivers. I mean, Mose has just got it. He doesn't even think about the moves he makes anymore. The mechanics dialed to 11. With a driver in second, has won with this car track combo before. Jacob Wilkerson, a winning resume on the super speedways, lines up in third. 3 to go. Look at Connell. Patrick Connell sitting there in 10th. Mostly known for running outside the top 25 in our night in America. Does he go for the win, or does he say, I'm just making the show? And he's in that bubble of drivers that have to make that decision, but they're already single file back on the inside. I'm telling you, Carlos Truther does not like to stay nose to tail. He wants to go for it, but he's dropping back. Finally gets a lifeline there out of Walker. 3 topside, make it 4. 1 towards the back end, that's the 55. Make it the 15. 2 laps to go into 1. Walker's still gonna get that run every time off that outside lane. If he gets one more driver up there and they stick with this 2x2 formation, he will have the best odds of going to victory lane, but he cannot see another yellow. More machines breaking off. Carson Freeman once again back there in 20th. Lined up now, nose to tail. Next one in line, Matheson. One of the drivers from the breakaway. Marcus Vanderlee, Davis Lewis. Lewis in tow. He was involved in that big wreck, hoping for a miracle when they get the one to go. Moss Stellar on the bottom. Walker on the outside. They're gonna make it back to make Duel 1 official. Salamanca, 1 to go at Talladega. You're in if you make it back in this main pack. That's about 15 drivers have to keep that in mind. But will they? Because off turn 4, it's still a race to the checkered flag. Moss Stellar on the bottom, had daylight, now loses it. Walker had the shove from Truther. Vietvu out of line. Lines up with Schmidt. Schmidt back to the middle. Last run through 3 and 4. How wide is this gonna get? Most is clear topside. Walker's gonna get the run. It's gonna be a drag race. Back to the start-finish line. Moss Stellar 32, Walker 93. Moss Stellar wins Duel 1 at Dega. Johnson in, Will Shack is in with Carson Freeman, and they will advance to the main event. Tobias Matheson, Marcus Vanderlee, Joseph Goff, all the guys that will not see the green flag. And that's how important it is to finish races. That's what it comes down to. Every single time, it's about can you finish and can you stay up front when it matters the most? Can you keep the main goal in sight? Well, the 32 and the driver of it can't seem to stop finding victory lane, including in a duel. Duel 2 up next. And 52% of you say he will win all 3. Moss Stellar already showing that he is once again one of the favorites to get it done. Frank Orley will lead us to the green flag. Eric W. gifting 5 memberships. So grateful for that, as it does help expand this great community. Jackson Carr on the outside lane. How about that? A throwback to the Tennessee Volunteers. That was actually ran by Sterling Marlin, a big Falls fan. Marlin always hangs out the National Fairgrounds Speedway. I'll never forget, I was calling a race at the fairgrounds. I checked social media, I believe in between one of the races, and it showed that Sterling Marlin was just in the infield having a good old time, eating a burger, hanging out in turns 1 and 2. One of the best drivers to go ahead and get it done. Jackson Carr, one of the best qualifiers, looks to go ahead and add greatness to that name. We get the 1 to go once again, and we're going to say it one more time. God speed drivers, you are go for throttle up. Orley Carr, New Bigging, Page, that's your fast four. Josh Kenyon, Chad Thornquist, and you'll see the rest of them as they roll on by. Jason Beckman towards the back end in that number 29 machine. Cooper Phillips, Matthew Post, Marquez Ramos, Sanders, and I believe Beckman is actually doing a throwback there to either his father or someone in drag racing. That is why it looks the way it does. Lane Sanders back in 25th. David Johnson back in that 23rd position. 12 laps, just like Duel 1. We had one caution in Duel 1. The question is, how many will we have in Duel number 2? Well, only time really will tell, because you never know how things will go. But after this, an 80-lap showdown to see who has what it takes to win the throwback race at Talladega. We have Busch Series Grand National cars running around. We have Nationwide Series cars running around. Every car has a story. River Page on the outside lane. What is that a throwback to, you may ask? Pretty simple. Remember when Trevor Bayne won at Iowa and blew a motor in the process? And then all of a sudden the 60 of Carl Edwards ran right into him? Once again, every car has a story in this field. Time to rack them, stack them, and go green just one more time as we light them up in Duel 2. Well, Contreras already up and into the outside wall. He's having an issue, no doubt about it. We've seen guys with handling issues either early on or just mechanical. But the problem is he was starting all the way back there in row 4. That's allowed 3 wide action through the middle of this field. Damian Vega, one of those drivers. Landon Gentry on the outside lane. Bomar splits it 3 wide. 1 up the cut. Now a move to the bottom. Max Steinmeier. The car staying in tow, 2 by 2. That was Stenhouse. Apologies. That's a Ricky Stenhouse throwback. No, let's rephrase that. It is a Trevor Bayne throwback. Ricky Stenhouse got into him. At the line, 11 to go. Frank Horley leads lap number 1. Already got guys on the move, making moves big time. Chad Thornquist under that 6th place position. On the outside lane, and he's known usually for being a driver that runs up front at super speedways, but hasn't been getting it done as much as he's liked. He's got a couple wins now, including one in 2024, but he would like to get back to his consistent winning ways as a 2-time e-ticket champion would love to do. 3 wide, Bomar, he's on the outside. There's the Buckshot Jones throwback. That's lined up, still 3 wide, top side. That might have been Balderas. No, it is not. 4 wide looking. Lane Sanders wanted to squeeze through Gio Turpin. Shuffling, swaying, Jackson Collier, leader on the bottom. Another blink there by that 88 machine. That's Robertson. 2 by 2, as you all know. Consistent blinking, consistent issues on internet, that's a penalty. And that's a penalty you don't want to see in a duel, because usually that means you're not coming back. DeAngelis back to 12, 2 by 2 still, now 3 wide shuffling. Balderas trying to make a move, he is still stuck, 3 wide in the middle. In the Winn-Dixie throwback, that's Mark Martin. Swaying, Gio Turpin in the 54, GameStop throwback. To the line, 9 laps to go. Frank Horley will lead that lap. And they're mostly just making it like clockwork up front. Very little issues, very little problems. But how long is that going to stay? 3 wide, you can see the Toyotas continuing to try to move on the outside lane. Gio Turpin's in the middle. He might want to go topside with Bomar and Steinmeier. Go ahead and make that 3rd lane work. The only problem is not too many cars have decided to jump towards the outside lane. Car to the bottom in the 14 now rips it and gets the race lead. Horley on the bottom. New Bigging on the bottom. Thurquist, Robertson, still wheel to wheel, back to the line. The Tennessee Volunteers machine has shown to be quick, but it's River Page in lane 2 that brings Ford a shot to the line. It's all Jackson Carr. New Bigging sitting in 6th. I don't think a college team has ever won an NR Night in America, let alone a duel. So can Carr be the first one to do it? Closest we've had, an Alabama machine at Talladega, 4-wide squeeze. Bomar Blake to the outside lane. Joey Beck holding on and finds a lane in the middle. It's going to continue to get dicey. Z already spreading out 4 wide in the rear. Cooper Nash, Jason Beckman dropping back. 7 to go. '81 top side. Chad Thurquist leads that 3rd lane. He's going to need a lot more help if he wants to get it going where he wants to be, but he is in position to make the main event. But for some of these other drivers, they think way ahead. They think, I don't need to just make the event. I want to either get a good starting spot, or I want to get a starting spot that I'm towards the back end so I can avoid anything that could go wrong. We've had only 1 caution so far through the 2 duels, and that could either mean one or 2 things. That's going to be how consistent the night will be, including with it being an 80-lap race, or that just means it's the calm before the storm, and things will get hectic quickly. River Page showing his strength, leading the outside lane. He's got it. 6 to go. Vega to 10th. Has been in this position before, trying to make it through the heat that was at the Battle at the Beach. Led most of the LCQ, then missed the show. So he knows how it feels to be on the other side of the stick. Today, he's very much in, but 3 wide middle, there's not a lot of room to run if things go down. For River Page and Frank Horley, they gotta be thinking, hey, I'm in the best spot imaginable. Same if you're Frank Horley. But as previously mentioned, at this racetrack, he's gone from 1st to 21st in 1 lap without a yellow. He missed the show doing that. 5 to go for both the Fords. 3 wide Thurquist. Oh, trouble! To the middle of the field. Robertson in the outside wall gets tagged by the 88, and the caution will wave. Johnson's involved. Major may have gotten a piece of it in the 0-0, and we will see a restart. Aiden Robertson. And Marquez Ramos in the number 29. Part of that mess. That turn 1 has not been a bright spot for many here tonight. Max Steinmeier involved again. He just can't find his way through these duels. Cooper Nash may have gotten a piece of it in that 55. No, he's actually very much on the better end. Matthew Post, Connor Phillips, Frank DeAngelis in NWO. Really without a problem. Caution waves for the first time in duel number 2. Let's go see what happened. And already it's already telling the tale. 4 wide, stuck in the middle. Does Sanders come up? He does, but wasn't the main problem for it. It was Jordan Herring that then clobbered the 88, and there was really nowhere to run from there. Watch once more. Now Robertson's coming down. I mean, you have to hold your line. That's the 2nd time now we've had a caution for a 4-wide incident of guys not being able to hold on to it. What comes around goes around, and it came around pretty quick. As Aiden Robertson will most likely not be able to make the main event. Caution is out for the first time in Duel number 2. You're watching NR Night in America, prime time, Sunday night. What a beautiful crowd we have here. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Max Steinmeier, one of the drivers that were involved. Well, not very happy about what went down there, but so glad still to have so many of you guys sticking around with us. I have to ask you, who do you think is going to win the main event at Talladega? So far I asked, and I said, will Mosteller sweep all 3 super speedways? 56 or 54% of you, I'm guessing, think he's going to go to victory lane, and that's a good stat to look at. He won the Darrington Woodworking 4-500 in a photo finish. He went to Atlanta. He shut him down there. Speed Weeks, he was quick. Showed to be one of the quickest guys. Already won a duel here tonight. Now just has to finish it off. A lot of opportunities at hand. The only thing is you're going to see overtime here in Duel number 2. There's Max Steinmeier. Aiden Robertson is still on pit road. You look at Jason Beckman, who has now rejoined the racing surface, but I don't think the rest of these guys will have a shot. You know what that means? We're going to get the one to go this time by, which means we'll have 2 laps to settle it at Talladega. It's go time. Duel 1 was about the bow ties. Duel 2, it's been all about Ford as we get ready to go back green. Balderas on the bottom, a super speedway shootout champion. Lined up with that 14 machine, Jackson Carr. Any Tennessee Volunteers fans in the chat may want to root for that 14. Ford on Ford, getting ready to rock and roll this time by. Pace car makes a hard left onto pit road, which means one thing and one thing only. It's go time. You'll have 2 laps to get it done. Once they take the white, the race is official. 2 races going on. The one for the transfer spot, Sean Pena sits in 20th. And he has a line of machines behind that want that position. And as you know, the race for the win. Getting it done in Dega. Car top side, help with new bigging. Has Horley in tow in their 2x2. You see some of these guys spreading out. As long as they know they're in, they have no problem with it. Frank DeAngelis may be in that boat, looking, peeking to the middle of Contreras. Ford on Ford, pushed by a bow tie, pushed by a fellow Mustang. Horley to the bottom. Locks in with Page. And I think it's going to be a big ally to that 2 machine until turn 4. But how long do you wait? This is the opportunity to learn if you're River Page. They get back to the white. This race is official. Salamanca. 1 to go in Duel 2. Page to the outside. And Gio Turpin's got to push as much as he can right here. Can't leave these drivers out. Spin, wreck in the back. Never mind, we stay green. Balderas shoves River Page ahead. New bigging to the outside. Help from Josh Kenyon. 3 wide, 3 rows deep. Page mirror driving off 4. He's got to make it wide. Spin in the back. This is the finish. Page in the 6. Horley on the flat. River Page victorious into goal. Jackson Carr got him. Carr at the line. Go ahead and give it to him. Victorious in Duel 2. And Jason Beckman will make the show off of it. Page had the win and threw it away by going below the yellow line. It went through 2 or 3 cycles until they got the actual winner, but it's Jackson Carr that gets it done for the Tennessee Volunteers. And we'll start on the outside of row number 1. I can't believe he just threw the win away. Oh, man. And when push came to shove, it came down to what you saw. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch back on that finish. This is on the final lap. He had the win, it was in his hand. But lane 2 prevails once again. Such an unfortunate wreck back there that did not need to happen. Slow it down right here. Was he gonna win anyways though? No, maybe not. It was gonna be close. Look at that. That's how close it was. I think if he would have just stayed, he would have been fine. But you see the margin of victory on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go green in the main event. This is what counts here. 80 laps of action going green in the main event. I gotta ask you all, do you love Throwback Night in America? 40 drivers looking to go ahead and take the green flag as we get ready to roll. So glad to have y'all with us as we get ready to go green. A lot of action we've already seen so far tonight, but guess what? It's just ramping up because with 80 laps, well, you got the opportunity for a lot of great things to happen. You have an opportunity for things to go right, for things to go wrong, maybe to get flipped upside down. Can Carlos Truther get his first win in NR Night in America? Can anyone stop Mosteller on the super speedways? What about Thurston? What about Beck? What about Wilkerson? And what about Horley? And Frank Horley is someone you also have to watch out for because he's not just going to go ahead and give in. $80 laps, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night, prime time, puts 40 drivers in this ring of fire. It's a long one, which means you just have to lock in. But problems will be around every single corner. Prime time. Sunday night, 2x2 at Dega. It's showtime in NR Night in America for the Throwback Race. So let's light the fuse from Sweet Home, Alabama. Car topside, help with River Pays, and they're already gonna start slamming the back end of the machines in front. Car outside, once again, help from the 6. It's Walker on the bottom, help from Mosteller. And you see James Thurston with Carlos Truther just sitting in line. And they'll be full saw for the first time headed to turn 3. And that's where things get dicey towards the back end. Contreras and company, they saw him peak 3 wide, but already 2 distinct packs that form out up front. Car on the outside, swipes the bow with a 32. Maintaining the lanes. It's going to be a 2x2 race early on, but it'll get 4 wide in a heartbeat as the 14 leads lap number 1. Page topside, help from Joey Beck. And Joey Beck's such an interesting character in NR Night in America for multiple reasons. One, he got his first win just a couple streams ago. And it was very interesting how he got it done. It was at the Indy cars. We started realizing, man, a lot of these guys that race on the ovals with us, they're so much better in other cars if the stock car isn't their main machine. You'll see Joey Beck run about 15th, 20th consistently. Then he'll sprinkle his way in the top 10 here and there. But he showed early on that he was an open wheel phenom. Well, now here he is at Talladega showing he has what it takes to run up front. But can he stay there is the real question. Drag race to the line, give it to the 14 once again on Jackson Carr as 3 wide starts to hit up with the team machines on the outside. That's Carlos Truther and Frank Horley. The only problem is they don't have a big enough team. They love to work with each other. They're in the same talk, same chat. They've known each other since like what, 2016, 2017? So they know how to work together. But can they get the numbers to stick with each other? Guess what? I don't think that's going to matter because Truther climbed the ladder to second at one point, but it's going to drop back to the center of the corner. They might have a lifeline there from Contreras. That's trying to sneak up, but will not get to him. Carlos Truther back to lane 3 as Jackson Carr continues to maintain all 3 lanes. He leads another one with 77 to go. But Beck's shown to be a big ally. The only thing is, I'd expect Joey Beck to want to work with Carlos Truther and Frank Corley, mainly because he's also known them for so long. How do I know this? They used to race in the NASCAR Heat 3 and the NASCAR Heat 4 lobbies on this YouTube channel. Well, guess what? This channel's got a lot of history, so keep in mind with that. Some drivers that have worked with each other forever in NR Night in America tend to still be loyal with each other as time and years go on. Truther forced to go in the middle there with Horley. They tried the 2 cars. Not going to work. They're going to need some more allies, and they may get one from Contreras. That's lined up, back nose to tail. But up front, it's all Ford and Chevrolet as River Page continues his trend up in lane 2. He'll get this one and bring Ford a lap lead. Jackson Carr on the bottom. The driver to keep an eye out for. River Page. Well, he's still lined up on that outside lane. Mostella has not led a single lap thus far. But Atlanta showed maybe leading laps and staying up front is the way to go. The only thing is, Atlanta's a completely different style of superspeedway. And as I say that, he's going to say goodbye. Doesn't like what he sees going on up front. He says, hey, this is what the laps used to be in NR Night in America. 80 lap features the long haul. Guess what? I want to be there at the end. Page crosses the bow of the 14 of Beck with mere inches left to go. It gives Joey Beck an opportunity to contend for the lead. Has Balderas, has Gio Turpin lined up nose to tail as Joey Beck will take the lead at turn 1. Was credited for leading that lap. Chevy and Ford. And a scarce move of a Toyota of Gio Turpin up inside this top 6, top 8. Wilkerson on the bottom. We're used to seeing that STP throwback. He said, I'm going to run the STP throwback. He actually said exactly like that. I said, you know, we're used to seeing the STP as a primary. What about something different? I like the look. I love that Lance Chevrolet. And every single car in this field has a throwback to a certain era. We could just pick one. The NWO car, a throwback to the Busch Series. Frank DeAngelis running one of those. Eladon Contreras. Kyle Busch fans should know this one. Throwback to his 2008 Snickers Toyota. Matter of fact, Kyle Busch got his first win with Toyota in that paint scheme. That was at Atlanta. And he's lined up with 3 wide. Jason Beckman looking to the middle. Turpin to the outside. Lined up, Doug Newbigging. And Doug really did win the hearts of a lot of viewers just last stream. I mean, he showed that he's a character. While all the drivers were complaining about the setup, Doug said on stream, they have to stop complaining. It's not that bad. They just continue to go, oh, trouble. Incident in the rear. Caution's going to wave. Chad Thornquist. Involved with Cooper Nash and Cooper Phillips. Maybe a 3-4 car incident as Chad Thornquist looks to not be able to finish this race. Yeah, a lot of damage on all ends of that Chevrolet. He will most definitely have to put that one behind the wall. But for others, it's an early caution they did not want to see because from what we were hearing, drivers were just wanting to get to the end of the cycle to scarce this field out. Chad was actually going to the bottom to avoid a possible incident. And guess what? It came right to him. Let's watch again. This happened right in front of him. 3 wide, Jason Beckman. I believe that was post. That was Matthew Post there on that 38. Oh, it starts at the 18. You go ahead and watch back, trying to find his way in front of Landon Gentry. That would be Cooper Phillips, who's on that outside lane. The B-class driver comes down in front of Gentry, and there was really just nowhere else to go for Post and company behind him. Lane Sanders, a huge rip to the nose. The hometown driver of Talladega, Alabama, would also be involved in that incident. Caution waves for the first time here at Talladega. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. Something some of these drivers definitely did not want to see was an incident early in this race. This will go ahead and bring them back wheel to wheel, no doubt about it, after the caution flag, but at the same time, an incident that was very much avoidable. And we're looking to go ahead and work our way back to where it needs to be in just a moment, as we seem to have actually lost some of the camera filters. That's very interesting. Somehow lost one of the filters for us to go back, or up in time, should we say. But nonetheless, we're about to get there in just a moment. Very glad for everyone that has been able to hang out with us here tonight as we continue to work our way through this field. So, we're going to go ahead and quickly reset the overlays. The overlays had a quick, small malfunction, nothing crazy, but it will get us back in working order. Once again, 40 drivers did take the green flag, but as we reset the overlays, you will probably see only 38 on the timing screen. And certain drivers that were involved in that incident have left the racetrack. So, something to go ahead and just keep in mind as we get ready to work our way back to the checkered flag and here, or later on tonight. And we will be getting ready to go green flag racing. Wow, that is actually really interesting. We have not been able to close on into that idea. So we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're just going to go ahead and sim our way all the way through and hopefully go ahead and get to where all the drivers are currently on the racetrack, and that's exactly what you see on your screen. We'll get ready for the restart here in just a moment. Overlays getting ready to come back on as we do have them now. It will be around 70 laps to go. We go ahead and get this restart. That's really interesting. I cannot believe we've actually lost the cameras to go back and check out what happened. Still looking for that. Nonetheless, we will see the one to go this time by, ladies and gentlemen, Chevy and Ford on the front row. Let's get ready to go green. Back on the bottom, Balderas on the outside lane. Turpin, Wilkerson will line us up back wheel to wheel as we'll get ready to go back green flag racing. Throwback and Company, leading us down back underway from Talladega. Throttle topside help there from Wilkerson. Trying to get that shove, and he's going to get him out of front. Alexander Balderas, top of the board. And he's a driver that's usually don't see winning in NASCAR Night in America. Another one, just one win, came from Talladega. Out front leading, his biggest problem, doesn't know how to pick and choose a line. And what do I mean by that? Well, pretty simple. He goes to the outside and the inside. Sometimes he gets hesitant. He's stuck in the middle. Doesn't know what's the best line. Sometimes you just have to go ahead and sit there and not make a big-time move. The only thing is run to the bottom. Opens the door for Wilkerson on the outside to lead this lap. Jacob Wilkerson, credited for it. He races back to turn one. Turpin, Carr up to sixth. Lines up, still wheel to wheel, blink in the middle. The 53. Matt Graham trying to go ahead and make something work. 2 wide, 3 wide, looking, and we do have a confirmation that 4 drivers are out of this race. Chad Thornquist, Matthew Post, Cooper Phillips, and the other driver that was out of the race, well, pretty simple, was lost on our overlays because we had to go ahead and reset them. But 40 drivers did go ahead and take the green flag. Wilkerson continues to lead, working lap 12 out of 80. Now you still have a lot of racing left to go. So as a driver and as a viewer, what's something that has to stay in mind? Well, pretty simple. We've already shown that big wrecks can happen and they will happen. But what about being consistent? Staying up front and staying out of trouble. We all know that's the game plan, at least out of most of the guys up front. But think about it. In the next 30 laps, if we stay green, we're going to have green flag pit stops. It opens the door for one thing, strategy. The smartest drivers, nonetheless, will prevail, and there will be mistakes coming on pit road because you're asking a lot from a machine and out of a driver to go ahead and put himself in a position of being what? 190, nearly 200 in a pack, moving consistently, full throttle into what? 55 miles per hour. That's the big thing you do have to go ahead and look at. And guess what? We get the 30 laps all the way green. You will see things shuffle out and quickly. Matt Graham up to that 8th place position. A driver we have never really talked about in NASCAR Night in America. Maybe because this could be his first start. Nonetheless, his first time inside the top 10. He's in the Payday 53, one of those sim stamp drivers. Already making up a lot of time. He's got Doug Newbigging behind him. Doug already shown to be a driver that's willing to stick with machines and not let them out of their sight. If it means he's going to go forward, Joey back around. Off the nose of Alexander Balderas, and the caution will wave for the second time. Wow. Jacob Wilkerson involved. And we're hearing it was off of Alexander Balderas, and he will be given a tough penalty. Let's go see what happened. We're going to go ahead and back it up. With the cameras being an issue, can't go all the way back and forward like the way we've wanted. It just seems like the same problem that we've had with throttle in the past. It continues to go ahead and turn drivers way too early in events. TCB, one of the big guys that try to teach him And Throttle has shown to make a lot of mistakes in the past, and this one will be it nonetheless. And we're hearing Lane Sanders was not happy with the 60 machine and possibly full throttled him under yellow. He just turns them. I mean, it's the same thing he's done in the past. He'll hang on a driver's quarter panel. Yes, Beck goes up. But gets right to that rear end and really nowhere else to go. So the caution will wave once again at Talladega. And for an incident that was very much avoidable. But for Alexander Balderas and company, it looks to be something that will be detrimental. And we're going to have to go ahead and super zoom it this way once again. I cannot believe that we have somehow lost the camera angles that we have on the production side. But nonetheless, pit road, it's wide open. Now we heard something did happen with the 60. And we're going to see if the damage spells anything. Alexander Balderas on pit road. No damage. I'm not sure exactly who wrecked who under yellow. We heard that there was a deliberate wreck under yellow, but not exactly sure what I was able to see. Jaden Reyna, nonetheless, will be your race leader. Well, we'll get ready to go ahead and try it once again. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. As we'll get ready to refire them back up. Jaden Reyna, Douglas DeBigging, Chad Hornish back there in third, Carson Freeman, Frank DeAngelis, and Jackson Carr. So Throttle will be given an L4 penalty and will be forced to go ahead and work his way back down pit road. Very unfortunate for that to happen to him. We're going to go ahead and reset the overlays just one more time because we'd like to go ahead and show you all the footage. For whatever reason, it's just not popping up. So what are we going to do in the meantime to go ahead and make sure we get everything? We're going to put on different overlays to see if they go ahead and work with the different cameras. For whatever reason, we just lost the Fox cameras. We're not exactly sure how it was done. We did lose the Fox camera angles, so we're going to try the NBC camera angles. We've done this before in our night in America. We've lost certain angles and we've lost certain things. And all of a sudden, it's just like, oh, it's a quick reset. You don't have to worry about it. We're going to see if NBC will allow us to go ahead and check out what we've got here in just a moment. So NBC is on, and once again, no cameras to go ahead and be accounted for, which is super weird. I mean, we're supposed to have the cameras on the bottom of our screen. We have not been able to see that, and we can now, I believe, possibly. No, we still cannot. So we're going to continue to work around it. We're going to continue to try to fix it throughout the race. But nonetheless, we still have a lot of racing left to go. So glad to have you all with us as we continue to work our way towards the checkered flag. NR9 America fueling victories all year long. And we will get ready to try this once again. So we're going to get our Fox overlays back on. They are 2x2. So weird. It's so weird. Usually just have a production team in the background doing it while I'm commentating and trying to fix stuff at the same time. It's very rare for us to have issues in NR Night in America. But once again, for the ones that are wondering, we will be back. And we are so excited to be back on Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. That's right. We're going to be ready to go back underway. We do have another race after this, even though we will be back Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. See this mainly as a makeup race, a makeup stream before we get back fired and underway. We would also like to possibly go next Sunday. Maybe we go back to 3 times a week like NR Night in America used to be. Pace car's out, and we do have the cameras back. We are good to go. So enough of me trying to fix stuff and get back to the commentary like you all know and love. Back underway from Talladega. So no more quick cuts, just the great race in action. Car, Douglas Newbigging on the outside lane. Yes, Wilshak and company right with them. Aiden Walker, such a strong driver that is running well in that second lane. Vietlu, Gio Turpin, Contreras, all really dicing and sitting around. Here's the driver you want to look out for. How about Frank Horley? His best buddy, Carlos Truther, is now up towards that outside lane. Matter of fact, make it 3 wide up the middle, as they're going to leave that 53 out to dry. Doug Newbigging, who won the hearts of so many viewers, leads at Talladega. Mosteller climbing back into view. And he has the opportunity to win at all 3 super speedways in just 1 month to sweep the super speedways back to back to back. We asked you if he can do it. 55% say yes, and all eyes are glued to that 32. The trifecta is in view. Reyna lined up, trying to make something work as your race leader. Matter of fact, he is. But he wants to keep that second lane at bay. Does he jump top? No. He sits on that bottom, but has Doug Newbigging with Aiden Walker lined up nose to tail. You have Shaq, you have Vietlu, you have Contreras, you have Gio Turpin. But what's one driver in that top 10 that we consistently have to mention? Jacob Wilkerson. He was just involved in an incident and is already back up to 9. Someone that knows you have to be relevant up front to go to victory lane. That PBR driver unfazed. And I'm telling you, when we get ready for that Alabama 500 e-ticket event, he's going to be someone you have to keep a watchful eye for. Contreras on the outside, lined up with that 43. And Aladam, another driver that's a part of that PBR clique, Vietlu. Throwback to Justin Allgaier in that Verizon machine. Up and into that second position, looking for the lead to the trial-val. Vietlu's got him. 3 wide, Jacob Wilkerson outside lane. You got 59 laps to go. This is where you're like, okay, this is where we would take the green flag in an NR Night in America if we didn't have duels or anything in that case. So, what's the strategy? Oh, Vietlu off the nose of Horley. What a save by that 12. Gets squeezed by Walker now, and it's Chevrolet that leads that second lane. Man. And I think Horley's thinking, okay, we know not to push like that again. Has company behind there in the 39. Horley, second row back. Reyna on the bottom. 3 wide, gunning it. It's all Aiden Walker, your race leader. Crosses down low. Oh, thought better of it. Newbigging had the nose in play, and he powers through in the Payday Chevrolet. Vietlu, Wilkerson, throw James Thurston in the ring. There's so many laps to go. But they're dicing it up for the lead, and tiptoeing downstairs goes Jaden Reyna. Reyna lines up with Turpin. Maybe also lined up with Wilshak. That is him on the bottom. If I'm Truther, I'm stuck 3 wide. I have to be thinking this is not where I want to be. And you see other guys now single filing on the bottom saying, sit back, relax. We're going to see this in IMAX. Horley now stuck in the middle with Truther. This time they will have a lifeline from Cooper Nash and still James Thurston. But Nash hasn't been known for being the best pusher. Lined up, still 3 wide. New Biggings on the outside. Can Frank Horley hold on to the lead? He's got it to turn 3, but will be contested to the center of the corner. Douglas Newbigging on the outside lane. 3 machines in tow, and 4 wide move may squeeze him in the middle, and Viepu will lay off the throttle to hopefully give that 21 back that lifeline. They're going to try to recircle up, but one thing I've realized here, while the sun is very much still beating down on most of this racetrack, lane 3 has not been the way to go, at least early on. Now maybe later on in this running we'll see drivers work their way up there without a problem. But right now, if you are Doug Newbigging, you're thinking to yourself, man, if they could just let me in line and help and just stay consistent with that push. Gonna go top side again with Ada Walker, race leader. I think Doug with Truther and Horley would be a great, great combination. The only thing is they just haven't been able to line up the way they've wanted. Like Truther can go to the outside right now with Horley, but they know lane 2 is better than lane 3. And also thinking, I have 55 more rotations back to the start-finish line. Doug Newbigging may be a second thought, including with Walker slicing to the bottom. Now they have free range of motion in lane 2. Horley, the drive-off exit, throttles to the lead with help from the 39. I'm telling you, Carlos Truther is going to be the best mate of that 2 machine all race long until turn 4. Then there will be rivals, and then sparks will fly. I'm telling you, Carlos Truther is going to do everything in his power to win this race, whether it's clean or dirty. Why? Because he's been so close so many times, and he's tired of being a bridesmaid. Today, he would like to be king. The only thing is, he still has maybe 35 drivers ripping for the win. Now they're single file from about Viepu on back. There are the drivers that are just thinking, log the laps. They're 3x3, 4, 5 rows deep. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm very content where I am. The only thing is, if we get that long green flag run, and then pit stops happen, you cycle through, and you're still stuck towards the back end of that main pack, you got to be thinking to yourself, do I want to be here? Because once 20 to go happens, then 10 to go happens, you realize with the Xfinity Series machines, you can't do much unless you're within the first 2 or 3 rows. So yes, laying in the back, great idea. Staying there all race long, not so much. Time to move when the tides are low. Truther thought about getting out of line. One blowing up to the inside. Jaden Reyna has gone a smoke, and that's going to end his race. No clean air on the grill, and Jaden Reyna will not see the checkered flag. We've seen that countless times. You saw Truther at one point move up to that middle groove. And you have to keep an eye on the oil temps, and for Jaden Reyna, it will not be what he wanted to see. Doug Newbigging will help shuffle the deck up, and it's back to the 2x2 racing. Unreal. Horley in lane 2. Oh, Jason Beckman with Viepu. They're going to put their hand to that outside lane. And how about Jackson Carr? Won the duel. Now trying to get it done. He's in the middle of this pack. I said it before, a college team has never gone to victory lane in NR Night in America. Not even one of the College Series drivers driving their College Series machine. Closest, Alabama back in 2021, and I believe Auburn as most recently, maybe a top 5, top 10. The Tennessee Volunteers have something to show in Talladega, Alabama. Beckman on the outside, has Wilkerson in the middle. Horley lined up 3 wide, still trying to make it work. Beckman top side, still looking for a move. And that puts Jacob Wilkerson just right where he wants to be. How about Mosteller? How about him back up there in 7th? How about Aiden Walker? Move to the outside now with Gio Turpin. Frank DeAngelis is back in that 11th position, but he's stuck in the middle. I talked to Frank earlier. I said, Frank, you're not going to win any races hanging around the back. And he continues to say, but I got 5th, but I got 2nd, but I got 7th. And I said, Frank, that's not first. And he said, fine, I'm going to run up front. Well, that's why he's been in position very consistently throughout this race. I don't want to go out and foreshadow anything, but it might be Frank DeAngelis' big day. As you see, Alexander Palteras, contact Jackson Carr. Horley goes around, and that's going to be a big hit for the machines behind him. And as quickly as I say that, Frank DeAngelis caught up in the mess. Caution is out, 3rd time today. Unbelievable. I don't think he's going to let that one down. Let's go see what exactly happened. Now you see Balderas, he's down the bottom. He's not hugging that yellow line. He has to hug that yellow line. Force another driver's wide. Finally, then does go to the bottom, and Doug's going to squeeze right here. You see Jackson Carr come down. And really the root cause of the wreck, Carlos Truther gets through just barely. But everyone else stacked up, racked up. Josh Kenyon may have gotten a piece of it. He mostly goes to the grass. William Schmidt mostly unscathed. And that's something to show for it. Let's ride on board with Carlos Truther. Such a heartbreak for some of these other drivers. Matter of fact, let's go on board with James Thurston. Sees the wreck happening in front of him. Gotta get low. And that's exactly what he did. Caution waves now for the 3rd time once again at the Talladega SuperSpeedway. Frank Horley wins the race on pit road. Jackson Carr will make a big contact there. One of the root causes of the incident, but looked to be about 2 or 3 situations that happened that went ahead and sparked the problem. I don't know. Who do you blame on that one? Balderas, Doug, Jackson Carr? I would say Jackson Carr, but he was the one that was really a part of it. Pena, one of the guys that got on through, and let's go ahead and dial up a driver that was involved in the incident. We always love to hear what the drivers have got to say. But tonight on Throwback Night, Sunday night, you only have a couple of races. You want to have a good outing, including with the Power 5 Championship. That will be this Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Let's go hear what Frank's got to say. Frank DeAngelis is a John. You got a copy?
Where am I? Oh.
Here you are.
I told you.
You told me what?
I told you. I said I'm going to try to run up front, and when I decided
But you didn't put yourself in a good position. You're 3 wide middle for like 8 laps straight.
I didn't because Lane Sanders intent wrecked me under yellow, and I'm
Oh, he intent wrecked you.
What?
I thought you said he intent wrecked Balderas.
No, Lane Sanders intent wrecked me under yellow like 8 laps
Did the
ago.
admins catch it? Then that's an L5 for Lane Sanders. You can't be doing that.
Of course they didn't. I told them. Some people saw it. No one attested. Kept them going.
Oh, wow. Then that's a miss on them because we were having camera issues when that was happening.
No, yeah, no. He tried to take a giant swipe. I was pacing going 80. He took a giant swipe at me, going double my speed, missed, and then I like drove up next to him because I had to pass him. So as I was passing him, I revved up. I was like, hey, what the heck? And he just hooked it left.
Did you have any previous incidents with him?
On the last restart, I was dropping back, and I announced to everyone I was dropping back because I was waiting for the wreck then to go, and he just didn't get the message and just stayed behind me and tried pushing me. So he still was in the draft and passed me, so I don't know what he was so mad about. But, I mean, I called it before for all the people watching at like 6:37. I was like, you know what? I'm going to actually try to run up front, do whatever. And I was making my way to do that. I went from 35th to 15th in 2 laps, right before Throttle, I guess, protested indirectly the penalty.
No. Well, it didn't work.
Well, it did, because it killed more people than ever, and that's why I don't run up front until 10 to go.
Would you say that was his fault?
No, not really, but like, what are you doing? Like, that wasn't his fault. That was a mixture of Jackson and Doug just like unaware if they're gonna back out or give him space, but it's not really Throttle's fault, but like, he's not at fault for the wreck, but for the whole situation, like, I don't know why you're doing that. Like, we get it. Haha, funny. I get a penalty, so I'm gonna inconvenience people as much as I could, but it's whatever. That again, you'll probably never see me run up front or try to run up front until 10 to go.
Oh, I think it can work. I think it can work.
I mean, yeah.
What about for the Frank DeAngelis fans out there that want to see your beautiful cars?
I mean, all 3 of them, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I put the throwback together last second, found a better one right after the Cup race, had no time to paint it. I don't know. Depending on, I don't know, just let me go. Let me go so I can see my anger.
Yeah, you have a great night, Frank. You'll be back, hopefully, for Wilkesboro, but out of another NR Night in America race. Back underway from Talladega, Horley Turpin, lined up 2x2. Turpin topside has Nash in tow. Jackson Carr on the bottom, wheel to wheel. Is Adam Walker now back up there in 3rd? How about Downey? Gerald Downey moving his way through the field. Wilkerson to the bottom. Walker in tow. Horley Nash rose up to 10th, Kenyon up to 9th, and there's still 46 laps to go. I feel like half the field's been taken out, but really looking at it, it's a decent chunk of drivers. You saw about 33 guys still racing, 30 on the lead lap. That's more than enough to definitely see a big run back to the checkered flag. And a lot of opportunities still for things to go wrong. Rose in 8th. Hornish in 10th. Brinkmere, Shack, Kenyon, Vietvu. Got Doug Newbigging back there at 17th. William Schmidt back in 19th. Walker, top side, Wilkerson on the bottom. Yeah, Horley and Turpin also lined up inside that top 4. But the real question is going to be who opens up lane 3 and actually makes it work. We haven't seen it work once tonight. Nash with the slide in the back end of Turpin. Aiden Walker, top of the board at Talladega. Penny in 8th. Rose in 9th. Spin to the bottom, Gerald Downey saves it before hitting that inside wall. One problem is he's going to drop all the way back. Mosteller, Moriarty, they're in tow as well. 2x2, Walker on the bottom. Turpin on the outside. Wilkerson and Nash fast four. Gio Turpin leads off the tri-oval. He's got it. 44, 43 laps to go. Show that he's going to be one of the best guys going to get it done. You believe this about Aiden Walker? Has not been outside the top 10 all race long. Who's the last driver I talked about doing that? How about the good old Spencer Burns on a super speedway? How many laps has he won? 6 out of 38. Gio Turpin just one so far. Nash, none, but Wilkerson 4. Mostly everyone's been scattered from about 6, 4, maybe 2. Jackson Carr has 3 thus far as well. Gio Turpin through the middle. Nash to the outside, 3 wide, has help. Chevy, Toyota, and Ford. Aiden Walker, 42 to go. Brinkmeer at 11th. Hornish at 12th. See Aiden Walker still having help on that bottom. Turpin looking, peeking for a run. Josh Kenyon still stuck in that 8th place position. Jacob Wilkerson and PBR continue to lead the way. 41 to go. It's just going to be their time in the sun. It's exactly what I think it's going to be about. Just them up front. Three wide, still a lot of movement, but what about the drivers that are outside of that main group? That's bottlenecked. You look back at Hornish, back there in 15th. Lined up on the bottom, looking for a way to go, but then all of a sudden you realize there is no opening. I can go to the bottom, but there's drivers there. I go to the outside. Unless I try a 4 wide daring move, there's really no opening until something scarces up. We've seen it before. One big save, drivers bail out, opens up daylight for positions of others that just want to move forward. Keep an eye out for it. You can go 4 wide, but with 40 to go, it's not the way to go at all. Kenyon, Nash, now Doug Newbigging, ripping the outside lane. Jacob Wilkerson in 3rd, Sean Pena in 4th. I gotta ask you guys, do you love Throwback Night? This isn't the only Throwback race. We will have Wilkesboro after this. That will be the race 2. Guess what? 300 likes, we will get race number 3, and we'll try that 2016 ARCA style race with the Gen 4 and the Gen 6. You know, this is a perfect time to ask you all a question. Drivers in the Discord came forward, they said, John, you have a couple people in this community that make great custom die-casts. You've actually held some great custom die-casts at Daytona. Why don't you sell custom die-casts of Better Night American drivers' iconic schemes in the shop below of the live stream? Now, as you know, before we did have some items on the shop below on the live stream. Forever just regular IDK player merchandise, but we've recently taken it off because something that is important to me is quality. And I started thinking, it comes down to the viewers. If the viewers like it, we'll do it. Doesn't have to be a big sell either, maybe just 1 or 2 for the hardcore viewers. And we thought, okay, maybe some e-ticket winners, e-ticket diecasts. And then all of a sudden we started to realize we can make race versions of those diecasts. It's up to you down below. We'll start a voting within the next 10 laps or so, and that may sway a decision within the next 2 or 3 months. Iconic paint schemes in NR Night in America. And what we said, well, we don't think the 124 scale diecast will sell well. Maybe 1, maybe 2 here or there, but we know the 164s will be big, including for the young drivers or the young viewers, should we say, that like making their own races at home with the diecast. I've been there. I've made custom diecasts when I was 10, 11, maybe even 12 years old. And I would race them. I'd race them around the carpet. Same at 8, 7, and 6. Could be an opportunity to fill your field out with custom, unique paint schemes that you wouldn't find anywhere else. Something that we do keep in mind, including for the hardcore viewers of NR Night in America. We'll start voting below in just a moment if you would love to see or even buy custom diecasts of NR Night in America drivers. Aiden Walker, Gio Turpin, Jacob Wilkerson, Sean Pena. That lines out your top 4. Frank Corley has since climbed that ladder. He is now up to that 5th position. Don't look now, Carlos Truther looking for an opportunity. Corley on the bottom. Pena, Kenyon. Back to the line, 36 laps to go. You see Carlos Truther just amped up about where he is. Up front now, leading on the bottom. They will not be painted. They will be decal if that's what you're wondering. Brinkmeyer up to 7th. Walker in the middle. See him still jostling for positions, trying to make something work. Top side, inside, all that movement. Truther, company, 2x2 in the back, 3x3 up front. 35 to go. Dave Walker's gonna get a shot in the middle. Help from the 87 now. Gio Turpin, Josh Kennan, Sean Pena, Cooper Nash, 3x3x3, 4 to 5 rows deep. This is the great racing you want to watch right here. This is what it comes down to. 35 to go. Doug Newbigging looking to make a move. Shuffling, swing, Walker the leader. We saw a lot of those guys get jostled towards the back end. You're going to see that single file move for most of this pack. Miranda Rose lined up back in 17th. James Thurston lined up back in 19th. And here's a guy that you get used to seeing running in the back often. And I would say even the 19th spot is the back for James Thurston. We're used to seeing him run up front and giving it his all, but he's still very bullish about the pack he sees up front. And look at these names in the top 10. Do you see them often at a super speedway? Not really, minus maybe Walker, Wilkerson, throw Kenyon in there as well, and I guess Frank Corley, but you don't see Nash up there. You don't see Brinkmeyer up there. Josh Kenyon very late on the scene, and Sean Pena, very, very rarely will you see him climb the ladder at all. Carlos Truther on the bottom side, lined in with Aiden Walker. And Turpin and company are just looking to make something work. Wilkerson to 7th, Nash there to 8th. Corley, Carr, Newbigging, James Thurston. And Miranda Rose is up to that 15th position. Walker to the outside, now lined in with the 87. Will Shack. Help from Kenyon. 32 to go. Lap machine in front, down on the inside, that's the 48. And he'll get well out of harm's way. to let these drivers race. He knows if he gets a caution, he's going to be back in the lead lap right now. Just let them duel it out all they can. Look at Doug Newbigging. Back through the middle, he's up to 15th. He's been slicing and dicing his way through this pack nonetheless, but now is just stuck in the middle. Pena, race leader in the Bell South 87. Sean Pena has never won a race in NR Night in America. That could change here tonight. But what about Will Shack ripping that outside lane? Shack on the move. Turpin to 7th. And Jackson Carr is still stuck 3 by 3. He hasn't really been able to move anywhere. Pena looking, peeking, shuffling. 3 wide, 5, 6 rows deep. Sean Pena, top of the board at Talladega. He's blinking, that's 3 blinks. And could get him in trouble. Frank Orley. Carlos Truther riding on the rear. Truther, he's on the inside. Riding on the rear of Horley. Trying to hold his lane in the middle. How about Hunter Brinkmere? Has now moved up to that second, now third position, but has the 14 of Jackson Carr right in tow. A lot of racing so far here tonight, and I can't believe I'm saying it, we're still in race 1. Let's recap. Duel 1, 1 caution. Duel 2, 1 caution. Both 12 laps each. This, being an 80-lap race, has seen the field fluctuate. Aggression here and there. So far, just 3 cautions. But so far, we've seen etiquette become a big staple at NR Night in America. But that does open the possibility for one thing to happen. Wildness, and late into a race, we still have 32 drivers running on track with 29 laps to go. Now they've 2x2'd up, but guess what? We still have the opportunity for green flag pit stops, which will change everything and change everything in a hurry. So you got to keep that one in mind. Find your buddy and know when you have to pit, because it will go from this pack racing to then single file. And if we don't get a caution, that will be the end of the race. Brinkmere to the outside, Sean Pena on the bottom. Well, they traded paint quickly across that start-finish line, but Jackson Carr is still sitting right with them. Frank Horley is sitting right in tow. How about 3 wide to the outside? Doug Newbiggin and company trying to form that third train. Well, they're up to Thurston. They're looking to Wilkerson. They have Horley and company in view, and guess what? They're on the move up to that 8th position. Jackson Carr, trouble! Carr around in the middle of the field, 1 up and into the air, that's Jacob Wilkerson, and the caution will wave for the 4th time today. What a lick for the 43. Heavy damage on the 14. I think it started with Horley pushing the back end of Carr. I think he got that rear end all bent out of shape. And it ended up bringing out the second caution. Let's rephrase that. The 4th caution, second of this half. I mean, Jackson Carr is holding his line right here until he goes down into Pena, not being predictable. You can see that 4 wide. Every time they get 4 wide, you're kind of just stuck in a weird area. Pena's not giving room to Carr at all. And it has nothing to do with Frank Horley. It has everything to do with Sean Pena coming up into the 14 of Jackson Carr. That is now what, the 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th time tonight we've gone 4 wide and had an issue. 3 wide pushes it. 4 wide with these Xfinity Series machines just do not work. Bam. Look at that hit from the 43. Wilkerson then gets brought up, bent out of shape. Johnson involved in the Nilla machine. Here comes Hornish, a bat out of hell, and just nails the back end of Turpin. Wilkerson goes for a wild ride in the high banks of 3 and 4. We have yet to see a real wreck in the trial or on the back straightaway. It's always been so far tonight in the high banks of 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. But nonetheless, it will bring out the caution for the 4th time tonight. Rack them up. This changes everything, but it doesn't change anything for Aiden Walker and company that will see their final pit stop. We will go the rest of the way. Carlos Truther, opportunity. James Thurston, opportunity. As the sun sets on this prime time Sunday night in Talladega, Alabama. There's Truther in now. I'd love to get a word with him before we go green flag racing. Off and away, the 43. Truther, it's to John. You got a copy. Truther, it's to John. You got a copy. Let's see if we can go ahead and get Carlos Truther once again. Truther, it's to John. You got a copy. No hearing at all out of Carlos Truther.
That's cringe. That's got to be me.
That's got to be you. That's who I'm talking about. Carlos Truther, you got a copy.
Yes. How do you not hear me the first 2 times? When I make a bait joke, you hear me.
You didn't make any noise.
Yes, I did. I said hi and then I... Yeah.
No,
okay.
you did not. So anyways, it doesn't matter. Hey, man, I hate to say it. You're due. You have one dual win at NR Night in America. You've led laps in an e-ticket. You started up front in an e-ticket. But...
I'm winning this. I'm feeling pretty confident.
Hey, man, first win in the Quicken Loans 43, right when we announced that we could be selling custom diecasts of race winners.
It needs to be made. It needs to happen in this car specifically. Like I've been saying,
it is a nice car, and it would be an Xfinity version, which would be really sweet.
It's such a beautiful car. I'll never take this paint scheme off.
Well, I do have to ask you, how you driving out there? You and Horley almost got into a whoa moment 4 laps in, but he's been your best buddy. Now, you guys have tried lane 3 a couple times. It hasn't worked out, but the sun is set. The track is cooling off, and we just saw for the first time lane 3 turn into a rocket ship. Does that open the opportunity to go up there again?
Well, I mean, you can't do it with 2 cars. Like, me and Bean have tried it. It's going to take 3 cars, and then it'll be fine. So, I mean, now with 25 to go, like, everyone's going to be up there. So it's probably going to be 3x3 the whole way. So, third lane's going to be viable. It's just going to be whoever tries to sneak in 4 wide first.
Okay, well, I got to ask you this. Right now, it's about to be 9 o'clock on the East Coast. That'll be 10 o'clock Central. This could be some driver's last opportunity, but I believe you are racing Wilkesboro after this.
I'm terrible at short tracks, but I'll be there. I might not make the race, but I'll at least try.
Well, the big thing is here. You got your opportunity to win, but we all know your big allies, that 2 machine. If it comes down to you 2 off turn 4, is it jump to the outside, or do you want to be the leader?
I would... At Talladega, I'd want to be in second, especially in NR. Like, officials, I feel like you could, like, handle it, but, like, in NR, everyone's going to go every which way. So, like, if you're the leader, you're cooked. You're not winning. You can quote me on that coming up at turn 4.
I'm not going to ask any questions beyond that because I'd hate to go ahead and ruin this great relationship you 2 have in this race. But it's going to be a lot of fun to see what you 2 do with 25 laps to go. Do you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Yeah, Cardinals are going to win the 2024 World Series. Ty Gibbs, best driver in NASCAR, and subscribe to I Have 40 Wins.
Going to be a lot of fun. Good luck out there.
Yes, sir.
Carlos Truther, ladies and gentlemen, once again looking for his first win in NR Night in America, one of the Team T drivers. As we get ready to rack them up, 25 laps to go, will be 24 laps to go in just a matter of moments. But man, oh man, it has been an exciting night here in NR Night in America. Sunday night, prime time. And only 91 likes away till we see that possible race 3. Talladega has shown to be the track where most drivers have won at least once. How about some guys that never won yet? Miranda Rose, Ethan Vietu, Mac grab. Ladies and gentlemen, back underway from Vega. 2x2, it's on to turn one, and they're already 3 wide, stacking them up on that outside lane. That's going to be Mosteller to the outside. Truther runs up to lane 2. No surprise, lines up with, oh, trouble! There goes Walker, off the nose of Vievu. They scatter like crazy, and the caution will wave once again. Pravi Richard involved. Aiden Walker all junked up. And it all started when the 12 got towards the back end and just lifted the rear tires off. And finally got finished off. Walker not happy, swiped the nose, but didn't take him out. Unreal. Watch again. Yeah, you're the driver in second here. Your main idea is just to stick right with them, and just bam, came right down. Frank Horley jumped up on the nose. Carlos Truther, we just talked with them. What a move to get out of the way. And we will see another restart. Watch, I have 40 wins here. This is on the restart. They're going to line up 2x2. And you don't usually see restart wrecks like that at Talladega ever. I mean, we used to see it consistently in like 2021 in the dawn of NR, but that is such a horrible mistake. And Vievu will be getting an L1 and an L2. And the thing is, you gotta trust. You gotta be trusted by the field. See, Horley lines up with 40 already to that outside lane. How he avoided this, I have no idea. Wow. And he will now work his way down pit road. Miranda Rose, James Thurston, grab Mosteller. We'll line up back now as your Fast 4. Mosteller is once again going for the trifecta. He is there. I'm telling you, man, he just knows how to be in the right place at the right time. To be a great super speedway driver, you don't just need to be fast, you need to be smart, and you need to know when to make the right move. Not 80% of the time, not 90% of the time, usually 95 to 100% of the time. And right now that 32 is about to be batting 1,000 in February on these super speedways. Frank Horley is on pit road. We talked about him, heavy damage to the nose of that number 2 machine. Patrick Connell, oh, he avoided it. In that 24, he's off and away. Here's Jackson Carr going back on the racing surface. Remember, he was involved in an incident. Josh Kenyon crab walking down to the inside. That looks to be the no good move. And that will affect his race nonetheless. Yeah, he's been all out of shape. Now Xander McKinney back in the lead lap. Remember, that was the driver that was going a lap down. But with 22 laps to go, you still got a lot of time for things to go right and also things to go wrong. The question is, what happens here when we get ready for a restart? Miranda Rose in the 5 helmets throwback. Racing against a Power 5 driver, James Thurston. Mosteller, Brinkmare, Bristow, Kenyon, McKinney, Shack. Lines up and loaded as we'll get ready to try it all again. The 1 to go comes back out this time by sun setting from Talladega. We'll have 20 laps to go in this race. It's been a race full of danger, but this marathon will see the checkered flag in no time. Bristow, and others trying it all again. Xander McKinney is back. Let's get ready to go back green. Mac Grab has worked his way forward. We started with 62 drivers. We're down to 27 on the lead lap. No, let's rephrase that. We're down to 20 on the lead lap. Cooper Nash and Company, one or more laps down. It's actually one lap down to Bobby Richard, who is 2 in 25th. So we've definitely thinned this herd on out, as Cooper Nash will be back on the lead lap. He'll be 21 down. Jackson Carr will make it 22 now on the lead lap. River Page, does he make it 23? He looks better of it. He's going to stay in line. Doesn't want that field to collect him when they go back full saw. This is it right here. The track is the best it's been all night long. Throwback night. Will it show a throwback finish? Pace car, the hard left on the pit road. Rose and Thurston, Grab and Mosteller. Grab a gear just one more time as we're back underway from Talladega. Thurston and Rose, wheel to wheel, Mosteller and Grab, 2x2, Bristow, Brinkmere, Shack, McKinney, New Biggie, and Moriarty. That's your top 10, gunning it to turn 3. Moriarty's getting out of the way, wants nothing to do with what's going on up front. That allows James Thurston to climb his way to the lead. Thurston on the bottom. Mosteller in tow. And he's going to have the opportunity on that outside lane, but Bristow's going to have a heavy heave back to that tri-oval because he's got Xander McKinney just sealed to the back end of the Supra. 19 to do it. James Thurston, Daniel Mosteller, two of the most recognizable names in NR Night in America, running 1-2 on the bottom. Doug Newbigging. Up there in 7th. Now he was one of the guys that almost won there at Michigan. Love that aero package, but now with the Super Speedway, it's a whole different beast as he's trying to roll his way through. Mosteller, he's won at Daytona. He's won at Atlanta. He's trying to win at Talladega. But right now, he's going to have to make it wide. Jumps to the outside, lane 2. Crowd on their feet. Bristow in the 4th. Brinkmere up to 7th. Trouble, spin. William Schmidt saves it, doesn't make contact with anyone. We stay green. Rose to the bottom with Thurston. Carlos Truther back in that 13th spot. Just lined up and loaded. Happy to be exactly where he is. Oh man, contact. That would be with Contreras. Does anyone have anything for James Thurston? Riding on with Miranda Rose. Most is still in tow, 2x2. Rose on the bottom, Thurston lined in. Crab, Brinkmere, McKinney and Sanders. Turpin, Johnson, Truther, Newbigging. Moriarty back to 14th. Connell in 15th. 16 laps to go from Talladega. Xander McKinney. Graham, Truther, and Johnson. They're still lined up inside that top 10. Newbigging and Shaq showing they have an opportunity to make something work. Truther on the outside. Newbigging on the outside. It's still 3 wide, 3 rows deep, but there's not a lot of machines left racing. We could see this go back to the checkered flag. Thurston on top with Bristow. Mosteller to the line. 15 to go at Dega. Truther blocked off by the 29. Thurston powers off turn 2. Man, they're just itching for something to work. And Bristow's just stuck in the middle. He's got McKinney, but that outside lane has turned into a supercell. Truther now jumps to the middle. James Thurston looking, peeking, still no move. 14 to go at Talladega. Truther help from Thurston. Tandem drafts to turn 1. He's got that help in the middle, but needs the drive off exit. Thurston to the outside. Truther in the middle, Newbigging, shuffling, swaying. Mosteller on the inside, trying to pull away. Laps to go at Dega. Now we've got a race right here. No one's holding back now. Doug Newbigging sits catbird. Does he make the move out of line? Jumps to the bottom. Help with Contreras. Newbigging top of the board in Dega. Ramos is going to have an ally. That's Truther in the middle. Contreras off the nose of Rose. Forced on the flat. Thurston in the middle. Newbigging. The power driver at Talladega. Top of the board, coming at 12 to go. Mosteller to the bottom. Mosteller, he led that one, I believe so. And Doug's quick, man. That's the big thing about him. Knows how to put himself in position, and that's going to get him to victory lane. Truther the push on the outside. It's tonight. Carlos Truther's night in Talladega. What about Thurston? What about Miranda Rose? 2 underdogs in the top 5. One will prevail. Newbigging just strong and bold. Goes top, goes bottom, loves to shuffle, loves to sway, loves to make things change off a dime. Most looks to the outside, doesn't work. Here comes the train of Truther. James Thurston. Oh, they have lap machines in front of them. That's VMVU and others. New Bigging to the outside. Truther in tow. 10 laps to go in Alabama. I don't think we're going to get another cost. I think they're going to be racing right back to that start-finish line. What's left is left. Out of line to the inside. Carlos Truther, top of the board. Here comes Mose. Slams the back end of the 39. Lap machine will force them wide. Your Bigging's going to give him that daylight. Cooper Nash doesn't jump out of the groove. Rose to the outside. Truther leads. Wins the move by Mosteller. Nine to go and a spin in the rear. Matt Crabb, one of the drivers that went around. We're not sure if that's a yellow. They're going to make a quick replay. Single car spin. That's what they're calling it. We're going to check again. Well, Cooper Nash was not giving him any room. And that will be enough to throw the yellow. Caution is out with 9 to go. Now what do you do? Well, some drivers will get back on the lead lap, no doubt about it. But man, this is gonna continue to write the storylines as Cooper Nash will be given an L4 penalty for that incident. And Lane Sanders, once again, as talked about, if he would have been caught by the admins wrecking under yellow, he would have been kicked. Pit road, it's wide open. This is going to be make or break time. And what works and what doesn't. And they're all going to stay out. So this will be a quick yellow because it was a single car spin, which means we're going green right away. It was one of those delayed yellows as mentioned in the chat below. But now it stacks together a bunch of drivers that originally didn't have an opportunity. Chevy on Chevy. First two rows. Thurston there in third. And there's Cooper Nash now going around. and they still believe it was him. So we're going to go ahead and check back to make sure it was Cooper Nash, the one of the drivers that were going a lap down. No, it was not. Maybe from this angle? No, this one the caution flew. No, it was him. And you guys can see exactly what we're talking about. 3 wide, 4 wide move. Yeah, you gotta give room to the leaders. That's what it comes down to. If you don't give room to the leaders as a lap car, you'll be penalized, and that's where you get the L4. And it'll be put in harm's way. Truther on the bottom. Rose on the outside. 6 laps to go at Talladega. Mose lines up with Truther. Rose on the outside. There with Thurston. No big change just yet. 3 wide. It's going to happen at some point. But Miranda Rose, in the time being, will gun his way to the lead. Loses it through center. Truther on the bottom. I'm telling you, Carlos, Truther is going to be mirror driving for those final 4 laps if it comes down to it. The Mostero is going to be his best friend till then. Five to go. Down the bottom, top 3 breakaway. Rose and Turpin still trying to make it work, and Lane Sanders is very much in this mix. He's up to that 8th position. Moriarty, Will Shack, lined up and loaded 3 wide, looking 3 rows deep, top side and deep within this herd. Douglas Newbigging, the old switch up, takes him to the lead, heading to the tri-oval. Newbigging top of the board, 4 to go. Gotta keep an eye on those oil temps. We've already seen drivers blow up once tonight. Most on the bottom. Newbigging on the top. Try to side draft, it's gonna work. Got Truther on a toe of the 32. Sanders to the outside. Truther in the middle. 3 wide, 4 rows deep. Carlos Truther now help with Rose. Carries it back to the start-finish line. Late block, saves it. Newbigging will lead the slot. 3 to go. It's dicey. Newbigging to the bottom. Lines up with the 5. Thurston in the middle. Lines up with Truther. It's go time. If you haven't been pedaling, you got to pedal right now. Because what happens off turn 4 will stay off turn 4 once the white flag is out. Newbigging, James Thurston. Thurston leads that one. 2 to go. Now they gotta make it back for this race to be official. Anything less, the caution will waive and we'll see overtime. Throwback Night in America at Talladega. 62 throwbacks entered. 40 made it through the duels. Carlos Truther. The underdog story. What it could be in just a lap and a half. But it's still James Thurston on that bottom. He's staying strong to the center of the corner. Top side moving. Hunter Breakmare. This is gonna be the race. New big into the outside. Thurston at the bottom. Salamanca. 1 to go from Talladega. Thurston on the bottom. Help from Miranda Rose. And Truther's gonna need that shove there from Will Shack if they want to see victory lane. Rose blocks top, blocks bottom, around goes the 39. Pushing, swing. Rick in the rear, Douglas Suping in the big one. Marsteller up and into the air. Carlos Truther involved. Contreras involved. He's gonna do it again. Thurston to the bottom of the track. We'll see victory lane at Talladega. Thurston victorious in Alabama. Yeah, they're throwing haymakers at each other. But when the dust settled, it showed James Thurston, the driver from Florida, victorious in Dega. Wow. The gloves are off there. Marsteller will not complete the trifecta, as another household name finds victory lane once again in a Kevin Harvick throwback. What a race. What a drive. And we're going to have to watch back in the replay. Marsteller went right up and over. And our Night in America feeling victories all year long. James Thurston, cha-ching, gets it done on throwback night. Watch back on what happened. This is the final lap. Jackson Carr, what a comeback. Up to 5th. Shaq turns to 39. There was nowhere to go from there. And the pushing and shoving just did not stop. Fun race, and we have another one after this. But man, it got wild and in a hurry. We'll see it again. Gio Turpin up into Rose. And one of those drivers that likes to make the tight squeeze, but it never works well for him. And you can just see the rest of the melee that happened behind him. Marsteller going for the triple. And ended up doing a whole flip on the high banks of 3 and 4. Gio Turpin. And just went for that tight squeeze. He was so focused on one driver. Didn't peek at the other. Ethan Vietbu. Miranda Rose had one more shot, but it wasn't going to happen. Because that 29 was going to make sure he kept it as wide as he could. James Thurston victorious. Let's go talk to your race winner. And that's how it's done right there. Putting himself in position to win. No overtime in this race, as James Thurston once again shows one of the best to get it done with the Xfinity Series at Talladega. Thurston, this is John. You got a copy.
Woo! Yeah, man, that's another win in the 29 car.
It's so wild how the most common names in NR Night in America are now winning on the super speedways. Why is that?
Honestly, man, I've been just doing, this new strategy at the super speedways. You saw it at Atlanta last stream, and it almost worked out there, and then we got wrecked on the last lap. And here, we did the same thing. We're just being aggressive, just running up front, because that seems like what always works. It seems like how the winners always, win the race. They just run up front the whole race, and, it's hardest to get wrecked on the last lap if you're leading, and that's what we did there. But, yeah, dude, that should really help the power rankings there. That was a super strong race for us in the 29 crew here at Passisum, bringing this awesome throwback race car for this race. And yeah, thanks to Power Smash Infinity Speed Motorsports for the incredible super speedway car.
Well, it's always interesting when you go to victory lane, but I mean, the big thing about this is you talked about your new strategy. Now, a lot of guys say they like to run in the back because they want to be there at the end. They're there at the end. They're either junked up or finishing second. So there's a happy medium here. Either you want to go to victory lane or you want to finish second. Is that your mentality of running up front?
Yeah, there is a happy medium. You don't want to, be too aggressive, right? It's not that hard to get to the finish, but it's hard to get to the finish with a car that can win the race. And then once you get there with a car that's able to win the race, you have to actually be in position to win the race, which you can't do if you're running 40th on the last lap. So, I just kind of took it easy for the start of the race. We were just, seeing what would happen, seeing what the car could do, and then, when they wrecked, we avoided most of it, and we just got aggressive there at the end, and, that's just how it works. And you saw everyone wreck behind me on the last lap, and it was just a two-way battle there to the win, and all I really had to do was just keep that bubble there, and we had it in the bag. So just a really fun race, lots of great four-wide racing, and again, thanks to Power Smash Infinity Speed Motorsports, and we can't wait to go on to this here truck race we got up next.
Yeah, let's talk about that too. Another throwback race. If we get 300 likes, we will have race number 3, and that would be more of an ARCA style race, something that's really never been tried before. And if you stay up late, it's more of just a curiosity bug of like, will this really work? You know what I mean? Because we actually don't know if it will work, and that's what gets a little bit interesting here. But what do you think about Sunday nights? That's the big thing.
Hey man, I'm all here for it. As long as the Cup Series is done, I say we go racing, man.
I like it. And then the best part about it is, well, longer races, but a shorter amount of races. You still got Tuesday and Friday, and the big reason why we're also thinking about having Sunday night as a slot, when I call races in person, that'll be Saturday night. So we could have it as Friday night be the short amount of races because I call a race on, or Friday night be the short amount of races because I have a race on Saturday, and then Sunday be the long form race. So the idea is to not stop Enter Night just because I'm doing in-person racing. But hey, it's been an absolute blast to watch you go out there. You mentioned the power rankings. I didn't update them yet on the sheet. They're on my own sheet. You're in the top 5 pretty easily. You could lock it in tonight, which is big because that means there's only one more race left for the Power 5 Championship. That is this coming up Tuesday. Are you excited and you're starting to question yourself what you're going to pick?
I don't know, man. I'm not going to try to be the guy to get the combo that I want the most. I just want to be the guy to win the race. But we're just going to go for it. If we can manage to make the Power 5, it's going to be awesome. And, yeah, I like having these nights where we don't do like 5 races because it just doesn't oversaturate the racing, and I think that it makes winning a little bit more important.
Well, I gotta tell you this. Hey, session is up. Password is IDK. What's your opinion on the diecast? We mentioned that recently. Seeing what others thought about possibly having diecast come to NR Night in America. I'm not gonna say I'm surprised. I'm kind of shocked that so many seem to be in favor of it. What is your opinion?
Yeah, we got who is it? Lively. I think he's the one who's gonna do it. I've seen some of his work. Looks pretty cool. But yeah, the diecast stuff seems pretty awesome. I'd love to get a custom diecast if I ended up winning.
Well, hey, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how things go in the future. Trucks Wilkesboro, it hasn't been your best friend, but at the same time, it's something that you're very interested in heading into. Why is that?
I don't know. Wilkesboro is an interesting one because it's a track I'm pretty good at. It's just that I tend to get involved in a lot of wrecks there, and I don't do trucks that much at short tracks. And the setup last time we did it was really weird compared to what I normally run at Wilkesboro, because I'm more of like a high horsepower Gen 4 type of guy at those short tracks, and the trucks just aren't really there, and they chip out a lot, which is just something I'm not that used to. But yeah, we'll see what we can figure out here. We're just going in for fun, running another Kevin Harvick throwback here. So we'll just see if we can bring it home again.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun, my man. Really excited to see what you can do from here on out. James Thurston, ladies and gentlemen, winner of the Talladega Race. Session's about to go up. I had to go and edit a couple things real quick, so just want to let everybody know about that. Thank you to all the brand new subscribers as well as supporters. This is, once again, a makeup stream, but we're also thinking about making Sunday night common, at least for 2 races, to go ahead and continue that great flow of what we have going on. A lot of great racing, a lot of exciting racing. As you guys know, Stafford Springs was supposed to make its debut here tonight. We had a setup, they deleted it. We saw that there was a setup, they still deleted it, which is really unfortunate. But for the ones that don't know, iRacing has these setups, but they take them out depending on if they're in their official races. We thought it was still there. We're like, oh yeah, we're gonna buy Stafford. I still bought Stafford, so Stafford will be making a return. Also, Kern County now has night lights, so we will be doing a Kern County night race in the near future as well. So a lot of great things to look forward to, a lot of exciting things to look forward to. But nonetheless, Wilkesboro, always a blast no matter what. Let's get ready to go green, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to roll on out. North Wilkesboro setups are still going on. I put the wrong setup on from what I saw off of one of them, and then all of a sudden the whole system had a little bit of a small malfunction. Nothing crazy, nothing to worry about. We're just going to go ahead and make sure everything is good and set in. I can confirm one thing. We will have 2 heats, so 40 drivers can join on in from how we have it. Matter of fact, we're going to change that. It should not be 40 drivers. We should have a lot more than 40 drivers being able to join. You know why? Because I think we're going to have more than 40 drivers joining here at Wilkesboro. From what I am hearing, it's going to be a pretty decent crowd of machines. So we're going to max the entrances out to... if we do 2... If we do 2, we can max it out to 62. We can do 60. I doubt 62 would show up, but we could definitely max it out to 62 and then have 31 racing in each heat. So let's go ahead and do that now. I made a big mistake on that. So let's put it back to 31. And how many drivers race? You may go ahead and say max field size. Well, let's go ahead and change that. Just about 28. We'll put the 28 trucks. That'll take the green flag with us. So actually, no, let's change that again. Let's go 32 trucks. 32 trucks will take the green flag when we rock and roll from the North Wilkesboro Speedway. So it's gonna be tough to make it through the duels. Very tough to make it through the duels, which I'm excited about. That is huge. So duels are gonna mean a lot more, and they're only 25 laps. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be a lot of bumping. It's gonna be a lot of running. Nonetheless, we know North Wilkesboro is gonna be a lot of fun. How about that one? Let's get ready to go green. Favorite race so far of the week, ladies and gentlemen, let me know. I think Atlanta is still tough to beat. That was in the 6th stream. I saw someone ask me if I'm still sick. I'm 90%. I'm 90%, but I'm like in an area where I know I'm not truly sick. So I just had to have like the leftovers. Like I was able to do stuff today. I was able to work normally, no problems at all. So I'm basically back to normal. Now, I wouldn't even say 90, more like 95. I'm at 95%, feeling great, enjoying my life. Let's go ahead and go green. Session is up. Password is IDK for sure this time. And we're getting ready to roll out once again. So yeah, a lot of fun things going on in the future. Really excited for it. Got to get the e-tickets ready. As you guys know, we like to sponsor a future e-ticket event. Even as a secondary sponsor, go ahead and email me. Email down in the description below. The next e-ticket event, the Alabama 500 at Talladega, which is going to be a blast. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, and we'll continue to go ahead and monitor what's changed and what is changing, but we're getting ready to go green. Session is up. Password is IDK. I think I said K. I hope I said K. As we get ready to go green. I do sometimes have shortness of breath. Also, I am saving my voice. You listen to Talladega, I kind of pulled it back in the commentary, let the sights and sounds tell the story a little bit more. But at the end of the day, it's because we have Tuesday coming up, and then we have Friday coming up. If we do go next Sunday, I'm thinking Color Rush. What do you guys think? Color Rush, how does that sound? Go to a track, everyone has to drive bright paint schemes or bright variants of their cars that they would usually run. I think it'd be pretty cool. I think it'd be very interesting as well. Session is up. Password once again is IDK. And we're getting ready to rock and roll and go green. North Wilkesboro. The eyes will be upon us as we get ready to do it. 25 lap duels. And then we'll go into that 80 lap feature. Once again, 300 likes, which you know is a tough tale with only 2 races. We'll see race number 3. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm telling you, I'm really excited to see what that Gen 4 race would be like with the Gen 6. It won't be ARCA Gen 4 either. It'll be Gen 4, Gen 4. And that's where things get interesting. Do we have to lower the horsepower of the Gen 4 to match? I think I have to lower it at least 10% to try to match that Generation 6 car. We're going to lower the horsepower so we can have drivers guess what would be better, the Gen 4 or the Gen 6. And guess what? It would be in one race. They would not be a together race. It would not be a race where they'd be trying to work with each other. Or it would not be a multi-class race. That's the word for it. It won't be a multi-class race. It'll be Gen 6 and the Gen 4 in one race. I know William Schmidt's choosing the Gen 4. Not the ARCA Gen 4, the actual Gen 4. Now, where it would be, not exactly sure yet. I thought about Las Vegas, and I told myself, oh, we're doing race 1 Las Vegas in the near future. Then I thought, okay, Charlotte, maybe Charlotte, but Charlotte this late, I'm not sure about that either. What's like ARCA's done in the past as a track? Kentucky, not too many people in Kentucky. So we're still figuring that out, but I think it'd be a lot of fun. Maybe go to a short track. If we do a short track, then it's ARCA Gen 4, right? But then again, we can't do that until we even hit 300 likes. Guess what? We're now 50 away. We're very much on track to do so. I'm in, and so are a lot of drivers, so it's going to be one heck of a line. River Page, Hubbard, Truel, McKinney, Schmidt. As you guys know, Zachary Truel just won his first race in NR Night in America. Great race it was. That was IndyCars, actually, in the last stream. Let's get ready to go green. Doug Newbigging on track. If you want to know what was going on, he was spinning. This is also a race with throwbacks. Keep that in mind. You have to have throwbacks on your car. That's what we're going to be observing for most of these drivers as we get ready to go green. McKinney and so many others are now lined on up as the throwbacks have been worked on. Good amount of trucks as we get ready to go green. That's going to be enough for us to definitely have to go ahead and try to duel them out. So they continue to line in. Password IDK, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, throwbacks are the name of the game. Joseph Armstrong's in here at throwback 22. Beckman, Miranda Rose, Carlos Truther in a Red Bull throwback. James Thurston. Oh, yeah, I love that Longhorn throwback. You guys will see it in just a moment. River Page and that number 19 throwback once again was supposed to be Safford Springs, but was moved due to setup situations. Hornish also in a nice throwback, rolling his way around. Making sure we have all the drivers lined in before we advance to qualifying. Now we do. Ladies and gentlemen, trackside for the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Time to go green. Kyle Turzak, I think he's going to be the one to beat here tonight. Michael Mitchum on the racing surface. William Schmidt, Xander McKinney, Farrell, Miranda Rose, Jason Beckman, and the Longhorn 33. Angeles McKinney. Cooper Glick. Oh, I love the Zaxby's throwback. Heck yes. This is awesome. Now that's what I'm talking about right here. Now this is a throwback. We gotta have throwback night more often. This is awesome. Fixed setups, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, fixed setups are on. Cooper Glick, not known for running up front. So two drivers as of now would go home during duels, but duels will still set the field because it is a quick race. That's important. 80 laps, you don't want to go ahead and be towards the back end. And a lot more as drivers are still trying to join in before the shot clock hits 0. Less than 3 minutes remaining. Cooper Nash, the Mike Skinner throwback. Mosteller, Walker. Lined up, ready to go green. So the final minutes of qualifying are underneath us as we get ready to go racing at Wilkesboro. Yeah, it's going to be, the odds are definitely in your favor in qualifying this time around when it comes down to the duels. Tobias Matheson in a throwback. Thomas Truex, Xander McKinney, Christian Delgado, Chad Hornish, Bryce Thomas, River Page. Page and a BKR throwback. 1 minute remaining. Frank DeAngelis, the only driver not to go ahead and set down a time as we get ready to roll off from the North Wilkesboro Speedway. I love Throwback Week. And I'm so glad y'all love them too. Page rolling around. Chad Hornish, Xander McKinney. Look at that one, James Buescher throwback. Are the truck throwbacks better than the Xfinity Series? I mean, I'm loving what we got here. Everyone else is enjoying themselves. That is not a throwback. That's Connor Gray. And Christian Delgado also did not join in a throwback. They both should be kicked for that. But because it's late and we still want people to be bumped out of duels, we're going to... Oh, do we let that slide? I don't know. I don't think so. Because we made it very clear you have to join in a throwback. And those two did not. We'll keep that up to date. Let's get ready to go green. This is Duel 1. So the top 16 do make it in through this duel. And that is something to keep in mind. Horley and Company lined up for Duel 1 at Wilkesboro. time to go green. .25 laps to go. Chevy, Toyota, they line up. They get ready to go green. And it will be next time by. No surprise here, Joseph Armstrong, one of the toughest drivers that usually is to get it done, is up front. And he'll be lined up with a lot of strong guys behind him. Let's go short track racing on Throwback Night. They said Connor Gray was a throwback. I don't know what that's a throwback to. Blackout Esports. That's not a throwback sponsor. We know that. I've never seen that paint scheme before. I don't think that's a throwback. Chevy on Toyota. Lined up 2x2. As we get ready for the start. The driver in last will be bumped out of the main event. We'll let those two race as we get ready to go green. Light the fuse in duel one. Joe Walker to the line. Armstrong leads lap number one. Doug Newbigging. Oh, 99 outside wall. Frank Corley, Michael Mitchum, Bryce Thomas. Thomas throws that outside, man. They've lost a lot of time. But it's Armstrong that pulls away now with Walker right on his tail. The only difference is Newbigging is there and ready to strike. Bumps him out of the way, and Doug Newbigging will find his way into second. And what's going on towards the back end? That would be Carlos Truther. That's dropped way and way off the pace. Only back in 16th. Newbigging on the bottom. Walker on the outside. Chevy on Chevy. Oh, that one, Chad Thornquist has come to play. He's up the fourth. Chad in tow, Horley back to fifth. Mitchum, Thomas, Benton, Fusi, and Beckman. They've all lined up down to the inside. And Jason Beckman, someone you have to go in and keep an eye out for. But how about the racing for second? I mean, Doug is just laying it there to Aiden Walker. We've had great finishes at the North Wilkesboro Speedway in the past. Well, enough great drivers to show that it may be changing big time. Armstrong, Newbigging, and Walker. Still wheel to wheel. Horley. Back in that fifth position, Mike Mitchum. Still back there in sixth. Thomas, Benton on the bottom. You see some of these guys that thought that the throwbacks are just for race one. Very much indeed for race number two, as Armstrong has definitely opened up a can on the rest of the field. Newbigging looking to the inside. Worley has Mitchum in tow, but still would actually leapfrog positions from where he originally would have been starting. So Douglas Newpicking looks like one of the clear favorites to go ahead and fight for a win. Still lined in with Walker. Battle for second. This is the battle for 5th and 6th. Newpicking, P3. Benton back to 7th. Jason Beckman to the inside. That's Afushi. Finds his way through. 12 laps to go. Joseph Armstrong has put open a can on the field. Opened up a can, should we say. But it didn't come early. It didn't come easy early on. It started with Walker and Newpicking really trying to give it his all. Mitchum, Horley, their nose to tail. A quick switch on the script from 5th and 6th it could be. The only thing is, Horley's so good on the drive back downhill. Now North Wilkesboro, as you guys know, one of the more unique short tracks in America. Well, it's built onto this mountainside, or should we say the hillside. For the ones that do not know, you're heading down to turn 1, you're going downhill. Heading to turn 3, you're going uphill. And you got to go ahead and attack every corner completely different. Now this is the old North Wilkesboro Speedway, the one from all the way back in the 80s and the 90s. Originally was made for iRacing as part of the 1987's update. Now you guys know North Wilkesboro Speedway as the one that is today, that holds the NASCAR All-Star Race and the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series regular season race. But a lot has changed. You don't have those campers down in the 1 and 2. You still have grandstands on the front stretch and partially some towards turn 3. But you don't have all that space and all that grass. And just drive a little bit differently now because this is the old surface. We're now used to the new surface, or we will see the new surface in running in just a couple months. That is May. 7 to go. Down to 6, top 2 within arm's reach of each other, but nothing really crazy about that. Mitchum, Horley, Benton. Benton back in 7, he's dropped in. It's Chad Thurquist that's now in 4th. That could see a switch for position. Now, as you guys know in the duels, every position you finish in will determine if you go up a row or behind a row. So let's say Chad Thurquist sits 4th, but ends up finishing 6th. Well, he'll start in row 6 and most likely 11th on the inside lane. Horley and Mitchum, they're in the same boat. Only 80 laps, and you know Joseph Armstrong is going to be one of the guys to beat. You're going to want every single row you can get, and that's why you have the duels. So you'll either go up or you'll go down. Mitchum, Horley, that's the battle for position with 4 to go. Horley still looking for a spot. Joe's caught lap traffic. Aiden Walker has actually been able to close in what was for the time being now back to a 1-9 and losing a lot of touch there on the drivers in front. 2 to the outside, 3. Joe able to navigate through. Aiden Walker still has Doug Newpicking right behind him. 3 laps to go in Duel 1. Doug in 3rd. Moving that rear end. Remember, this is the old surface in North Wilkesboro, so tire saving, it may be a factor at some point. And sometimes you go to North Wilkesboro, and it would just be an absolute domination fest. I remember when Parker White used to dominate in NR Night in America here. We'd come and he had like a 4 or 5 second lead. Like, hey, Parker, how was it? He was like, it was fun. No, there was no one around me. And then all of a sudden you'll have the photo finish like we have between Schmidt and Braden Movick. So something always changes, something always runs around, but for Joseph Armstrong, it's a win in duel number 1. That will lock him in. Walker, Newpicking, Thurquist and Mitchum line up that top 5. that will come to a close. It's now all about Duel 2, so Joseph Armstrong will lead us to the green flag. Walker will go back to row number 2. The real question is, can Mosteller or Terzak show that they have a race-winning pace for the 22? Time to go green, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I love that 16. Then on that inside lane, now that's a die cast that could be made. That is a beautiful looking piece. But there's a 16 on that outside. That would be Kyle Terzak, is now been lined up. Nose to tail, wheel to wheel, Zachary Truel lined in. Joey Beck also lined in. As we get ready to go green once more. So glad to have you all with us on this Sunday night. Once again, we'll be back Tuesday night. Not exactly sure what racing we will see just yet. We haven't done Truck Night in America in a long, long time. Do we do Truck Night in America? Do we do Xfinity Night in America? Do we do, how about Gen 4 Night in America? Something always to go ahead and throw out there. But nonetheless, we're excited to go ahead and be back with you guys as we get ready to go green. Mosteller and Terzak. 2x2 pace car will make the hard left onto pit road. Next time by, let's go and say those magical words because we haven't said them yet. God speed drivers. Your go for throttle up. This is Duel 2. Just like short track racing, you can have multiple drivers in the same number. E-ticket events, well, we don't have that. But for NR Night in America, it's pick what you choose and come on in. Pace car, the hard left, Mosteller and Terzak light them up in Duel 2 at Wilkesboro. Terzak clears Daniel Mosteller. He leads lap number 1. And I honestly think Mosin Terzak is going to be fighting well with Joe when we get to that main event. But if these two can stick close to each other, we're going to see a real heck of a dogfight come the feature event. Look at that. James Thurston's been able to actually jump up a couple of spots. Works his way into 3rd. Back Page, wheel to wheel, Schmidt, Steinmeier, 5th and 6th. Schmitty, one of the drivers that were a part of that photo finish that was just last in 2023. Mosteller, heck of a drive heading uphill. Kyle Terzak heading back to the middle. Now Kyle Terzak's in a throwback scheme. That is to Ron Hornaday. He used to drive that number 16 Napa car. That number 16 behind there, Daniel Mosteller. Also a throwback. I believe that may be to Greg Biffle, but I might be wrong. Need someone to fact check me on that one. But so far, 2 16 machines running, 1-2. And that's the thing about NR Night in America. When you choose, it's technically public lobbies. And sometimes they choose the same number. Usually Mosteller runs either the 87 or the number 9. But for Throwback Night, he said, hey, let me run this. So truck trying to come back on the track. Seth Hubbard gets it back, refired out of harm's way. We stay green. $19 to go in Duel 2. Looking inside, James Thurston with Joey back. That's wheel to wheel for 3rd. Jack Sprague, thank you so much It was off the tip of my tongue. I could have sworn I was Jack Sprague. I didn't want to say it just in case. But yes, Jack Sprague drove that number 16. I love that maroon they have on it. Man, what a piece. Downhill, you can see from this view, one outside wall. Kyle Turzak nailed it with the right side of his Napa machine. But guess what? Unfazed. Kyle Turzak's always been known as a short track driver in NR9 in America. You don't know why? Well, he's a late model driver out of Virginia. He's raced at Old Dominion. He's gone up and south, up and down the North Carolina area. The South Carolina area is shown to be a strong driver. And I'm telling you right now, he is flexing his muscles out in front of the Daniel Moss Stellar Chevrolet. This is way to wheel now for that third position. Paige Thurston. Thurston to the inside of the four truck. Will love to sweep the night with feature wins. "15 laps to go." I don't think it's over yet. Marceller stayed within under half a second from him, and they're running about the same lap times as Joseph Armstrong. So that is something very much to keep in mind as this night has gone on. Farrell, Truel, Rutherford, Gendron, Nash, and others have lined up and are waiting in the wake. Page, Schmidt, Steinmeier. Steinmeier back in 7th, Chad Hornish back in 9th. Turzak and Mosteller down the bottom. Still half a second between both those machines. Joey Beck. James Thurston. Turzak back to the line, 11 to go. Back in 3rd, Thurston in 4th. Page back to 5th, William Schmidt back in 6th. Keep running that outside lane. You can see how much they want to dive on in. Spin again. Hubbard. That was right in front of your leaders. He's struggling to keep that car pointed in the right direction. 2 laps down in this duel. Beck's in 3rd. Mosteller still in 2nd, but now losing time. You see how wide you have to run all the way up against that outside wall. But downhill, this is where Turzak's got him beat, I believe. Well, they're actually about even until their entry at turn 1. It's the exit at 2, into the center 1 and 2, where Turzak has Mosteller beat. Seven to go. Mosteller. Wide arc. Not anything to show for it. Six laps to go in Duel 2. Joey Beck, James Thurston, River Page, William Schmidt. Schmitty back in 6th. Mosteller trying to close that gap. Down to a 6.4, down to a 7.3. Has shown already that he has what it takes to at least stick with Kyle Turzak. Can he close in late? If he can, 3 drivers to look out for heading into the feature event. Turzak, Mosteller, and none other than Joseph Armstrong. 4 to go from Wilkesboro. Looking, swing. No big change just yet. There's James Thurston running wide. River Page wheel to wheel with William Schmidt. Schmidt's just getting squeezed heavily by that Toyota, or should we say that Ford on the outside. One goes wide, one on the bottom, and the switchback move by the 19. Keeps Schmidt on the heels with 3 laps to go. Two to go for Kyle Terzak. 9 ahead, and it might as well be a country mile because Mosteller just cannot figure out how to close in. It'll be Terzak versus Armstrong for 80 laps at the North Wilkesboro Speedway as we see the final lap in Duel 2. Terzak's been strong, and he's going to continue to keep that strength rolling. He'll be starting front row in the main event. Terzak, victorious from Wilkesboro. Page and Schmidt to the line. This will determine row 5. Page is in, and Schmidt will drop back just one. Time to go green in the main event, ladies and gentlemen. What could be the final race of the night. And Joseph Armstrong has confirmed with me he is driving a Bill Lester throwback. We're going to bring that 22 to victory lane. There he is, lined up on the front row. Kyle Terzak, once again, will be to his outside. Mosteller will join him right in row number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it's go time. Thurston, Thurquist, Beck, and Mitchum. Mosteller, Horley, Schmidt. Let's get ready to go green. And they'll get ready to start him back up. Enter Night in America, fueling victories all year long. 1 to go next time by. Of action on a short track, also known, it will go by like nothing. Armstrong, Terzak, Walker, Mosteller line up and ready to go green. Let's do it. Let's light the fuse for the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Joe White, Terzak threads the needle in the middle. Has an edge to 3 and 4. That 16's not going to go quietly. Setting the tone early. Joe leads lap number 1. Man, what a move. Toyota and Chevy, still wheel to wheel. This is the battle of the big dogs right here. I'm telling you, the 2 best short track drivers we have in NASCAR Night in America going down on a Sunday night. Joe on the outside, rips it. Keeps Terzak at bay. But Terzak fights strong back on the bottom. His lap trucks are going to make a difference. Muscles his way through. Terzak led that one. Pushing, shoving, still no big edge. Joe slammed the outside wall. I think he's going to give him a fellow bump here. Kyle Turzak clears off 4. Race leader with 76 to go. Joe to the inside. Now the game of inches, he thought about getting that quarter panel. Lap traffic already. Daylight. No, not enough of it. But Armstrong poised to take that lead back. This has allowed Mostello to creep in. And you have to think those top 2 drivers must have torn up their stuff. I mean, just racing each other that hard. I mean, 3 or 4 laps of just hard-nosed racing is going to do that. Throwback racing at a throwback track. 75 to go. Turzak company on the tailgate. Joseph Armstrong in the Bill Lester throwback, and a herd of machines just waiting in the wing. See Cooper Glick there in the John West Talley throwback, that 05. Forced to the outside lane, and that will allow Joe to close on in because Turzak couldn't complete the corner. And I think he showed us a little bit of displeasure about the 05 being up there on that outside lane. Joe closes to a 3-5. 72 laps to go. Mosteller, the old ice skate down off turn 2 will keep him in that 3rd position, but Aiden Walker has been all over the tailgate already of that 16 more than once. Turzak, as previously mentioned, races in the short track scene around the Carolinas and into Virginia, a driver from Virginia. He's raced a couple late models there at Old Dominion. Well, I will say this, he is not just one of the best drivers, he is a short track merchant. For one reason only. We go to the intermediates, we go to the road courses, we go to the super speedways. Kyle Turzak will not be in that top 10. But when we go to a short track, it could be anywhere. It could be Kern County, it could be Thompson, it could be the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. He will be up front because that's just his ballpark. But Joseph Armstrong is a driver that will be up front anywhere in NR Night in America. From the super speedways to the intermediates. We had one around down the inside. That might have been, we want to say Doug Lubiggy. No, that was another machine towards the rear. We stay green, 68 to go. Right now, Turzak's getting ready to check out. 6'8", 6'6", the difference, as Mosteller is actually able to creep in towards the 22. A lot of racing still left to go. You got 68 left in the tank. But how much do you want to push? How much do you want to put on the line? Questions that definitely need answers. If you're sitting up inside that top 5, top 6, let's go take a look at Doug Newbigging. Company in front that he knows how to find a way around, but company behind that he wants nothing to do with. And you continue to see some drivers going around for seal car spins. Those are the lap machines. Guess what? Your lap car, as long as you're not hurting the product of the race, on iRacing we say, let's stay green. Until then, for them, it's more about just learning the racetrack. Look at River Page in the BKR throwback. He's struggling to find a way around Chad Thurquist. And now has William Schmidt to his left elbow, trying to find a way through. Armstrong under fire. Mosteller is there. Demos very much creeping on the bottom. We've seen that 16 go to victory lane multiple times before in a short track. I would say this top 4. Maybe you can throw Thurston in there as a top 5. Short track winning experience, but Kyle Turzak is just dialed in here tonight with 64 to go. The only thing is, Joe has been creeping in on entry. Exit, on the other hand, has been the real problem for him. Armstrong down near the flats, 6 the difference. Whoa, trouble. William Schmidt around. I believe River Page was involved as well. He was in the caution wave. The way River Page was racing had nothing to do with getting somewhere in a, I want to say, in a matter of time. Hard on entry, tearing these tires up on an old surface won't work out. This resulted in that 19 going for a spin. Let's go watch the replay. Now he's been blinking. He's been also having internet issues. Right to the inside there, a Thornquist. Does he give another love tap? Peek to the bottom. Schmidt was there. He just went up right in front of the nose. See, Chad Horn is doing everything he can to avoid. Let's watch the hands here of the River Page machine. He's been trying to move Chad out of the way. That was a counter steer, or it was I want my race to end. But nonetheless, he is on pit road. And I'm going to say it's a counter steer. We've seen guys counter steer off that part of the racetrack consistently. But nonetheless, this will change things up. Joseph Armstrong will be lined up. They're saying he's in third. Everyone else can go get their lap back. They have yet to do so. But Joseph Armstrong will be your race leader. Now Kyle Terzak in second. So we'll be getting ready for another great dogfight before we see the green flag. Or dogfight, should we say, when we see the green flag. Late night, ladies and gentlemen. I went to bed at 9 p.m. yesterday, man. That was wild. Took a lot of NyQuil and DayQuil 2 days in a row. Around 7 o'clock, it felt like 3 a.m. We'll get the one to go here. So now Kyle Terzak will go back against the stick. The thing is, he needs to find a way around Joe once more. Did he show all of his cards too early, that 22? Only time will tell. Lining up, back 2 by 2. Joe on the bottom. Terzak on the outside. 57 laps to go for the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Terzak spun the tires in the wall. 3 wide at turn 1. Joe into the outside wall with Terzak. The caution will wave again. Now we'll shuffle things up, won't it? I wouldn't be too happy if I'm this 22. I'd probably feel disrespected. Let's go watch back on the replay. Wow. Watch again. Yeah, he's just crossed the nose there, Walker. Didn't see the 93 down there. And puts 2 big names in this race on the back burner as we get ready for a restart. Now, Aiden Walker, James Thurston, Frank Corley, and Doug Newbigging will be your new Fast 4. With 54 laps to go. So what's it gonna be? We'll see the one to go this time by, no doubt about it. But will it be big time moves that we're used to seeing? Or will some of these drivers kind of just be tiptoeing and trying to find their stance? Walker and Thurston. New Bigging and Horley. Farrell, Thomas, Beckman. Gendron and others. Get ready to retake the green flag. Every single truck's got damage right now. But with 52 laps to go, who knows what's next? Walker to lead, back underway. Lazy spin in the rear. Bryce Benton, who's been able to go up to 11th. Aiden Walker holds on to the top spot. Thurston is looking for a way around, goes topside. Opens the door on the bottom for New Bigging. Doug New Bigging, another peak. Can't power off corner exit. .49 to go. Thurston showing to be a strong strength there to Aiden Walker. Is that Joe up into the outside wall? Very much was. No nose on that 22. His day is done. That's going to be it. 47 laps to go this time by. Now Thurston really has not been able to get away. Joe's got to get off the track or he'll be suspended. He knows he can't just stay up there. It would actually force us to throw a yellow. And he is off the racing surface. 46 to go, two drivers under a blanket. Thurston now wants to go for a peek. I just don't think he's going to get it to the inside. One another move to the outside, couldn't get it there. Saw Doug New Bigging to close on in. Now three drivers under a second of each other, running 1, 2, 3. It's all Chevrolets too. Next four, that's Frank Horley. Horley's never won on anything but a super speedway in NR9 America. Does that change here tonight? He's able to close in on 1-3. The only thing is, look at Dog, man. He's just continuing to fight towards Thurston, but Thurston gets that drive off corner exit up. Didn't get it there. He just gets back to a 3-8. But usually when he's not contested, he can power off well. 42 laps to go from Wilkesboro. Horley in third, up to the outside lane. Thurston has pressure from Doug New Bigging's 3. .41. 40 to go. You see Thurston giving him that leeway. Down to the inside, still trying everything he can to work with him. .39 to go. Thurston Top side doesn't work. Try to cross over back to the inside. And Walker is able to sit right with him. Three trucks under a blanket, 38 to go. The only thing is, Thurston can open up that inside lane, but what does Newbigging do? I mean, he's so focused right now on Walker, I worry that 3 machine will find a way and slip in. Deep sea diving down into 1 and 2. Wanting a drive off. Hugging the inside lane. 3 drivers under a blanket. Frank Corley wants to join that convoy. 1-3 back, closing. Thurston, open state light, cross over to the inside, battle for the lead. Walker's got to get a drive off exit every single time here. He's going to get it because Thurston goes for a slide. Puts Doug Newbigging in the catbird position. And what a race from Wilkesboro. Now what does Walker do? Because Doug will not go quietly into the night. Lap trucks in front, River Page. Lined up there with Max Steinmeier. All jumping out of the way. 34 to go. It's going to be tight. See what he's able to do. Walker inside, Newbigging. Lined up, still no change. Trying everything just to get that power back off. Forward the difference between first and second. With 30 laps to go for Wilkesboro. This is a race where you see a lot of guys go a lap down. This is a race where you'll see a lot of these drivers struggle with grip, including later in the race. But when you have the best drivers that were in the duels get taken out, then all of a sudden you start thinking, okay, look back at the duels, who are really going well wheel to wheel. Well, Walker, Newbigging, and James Thurston were just hanging tough. And Doug is ready to strike down to the inside. .29 to go. Walker, Newbigging. Lined up, down on the flat, James Thurston. Lined into third. .27, 26 laps to go from Wilkesboro. I don't know, man. Things get me tired. I think it's one of those classic finishes that we always see in NR Night in America. I mean, Doug continues to fight back on that inside lane, but Walker's giving him all the daylight in the world. I mean, you see these two drivers going to be playing cat and mouse. Walker knows if he can get Doug underneath him, he may be able to try to squeeze him to the center of the corner. and force him into a slide. That's what happened with Thurston just a couple laps ago. Walker inside. New Bigging. Looking and waiting for something to strike. Tuck is right there, just looking for an opportunity. "22-21 laps to go." New Bigging back to the inside, wanted to swipe. Just could not get it once again. Struggling through center. But he's going to be in position though if he wants to perform the bump and run. That's the big thing you have to look at right here. He doesn't have to pass him now. As a viewer, you may be saying, go on there, lift that tailgate up, put him in the outside wall. But at the same time, you gotta be thinking to yourself, if I'm Doug, I can continue to play right here. I know I have better tires than Walker. I know I have a better long run or truck than Walker. Why should I go up there, lift them up, drop them off, and run away and possibly force a yellow? When I know I can resort to that last-ditch effort with 1 to go in 3 and 4, which has happened before. So keep that in mind. Doug New Bigging, very smart, very consistent. Just needs to be there when it matters the most. Looks back to the bottom. $18 to do it. Oh, trouble. Cooper click around right in the middle of the field, and the caution will wave. Oh, man, that destroyed the nose of Walker. Favorite throwback so far? I'm not sure. I liked a lot of them. I'll have to watch back on the stream. So I think there was one I really liked in the Xfinity Series. For the trucks, I want to say so far a favorite throwback would be Mosteller. I don't know why, I just love that red 16. But for Cooper Glick, an incident that would be very untimely. He got lifted up in that rear end by Jason Beckman, just dropped him off with the leaders coming by. There's really nowhere else to go. Jason Beckman, the root cause of that one. Pit road, it's wide open. I mean, I don't want to say that was done on purpose, but he drove it in there. And he definitely had room to not do that. $15 to go. So New Bigging, Walker, Thurston, Horley, Thurquist, Bryce Thomas, Michael Mitchum, Bryce Benton, Ryan Fusi, Avery Farrell, Cooper Glick. We'll all line up again and we'll get ready to see a restart. And we're hearing they're reviewing to see if Beckman throttled up on purpose to get to him. And they said there was not enough hard there was enough hard evidence to go ahead and prove that likely. This is your top three you got to watch out for. New Bigging, Walker, and James Thurston. We'll get the one to go this time by nonetheless. This will mean we'll be ready to go back green flag racing. New Bigging and Walker, wheel to wheel. They'll line up and get ready for the restart. Orley, Thurston, Thomas, and Thornquist lining up the top six. Comes to 11. Laps to go. Chevy on Chevy. They're back underway. And Walker just hit check Thurston, and New Bigging's able to run away. I don't think the 4 nor the 93 were happy about that restart, but they're forced wheel to wheel. Morley in tow, watching on. Nine laps to go for Douglas New Bigging. Look to the inside. Chad Thornquist on the 22 of Frank Orley. Thurston P3 on the outside of Walker. Don't think he's going to be able to catch him. Seven to go. Thurston in third. Walker in second. Nose to tail with New Bigging pulling away, but Aiden Walker, who led the second half for so much, even though he was under fire by New Bigging, did not nail the restart. And that's what's resulted in this to change. We will have race number 3. It will be a 30-lap shootout at an intermediate. Walker and Thurston fighting it out. Douglas New Bigging led most of the Michigan race just last stream. Showed to be one of the best drivers to go ahead and get it done, but he came up short after James Thurston flipped and won. 3 to go. New Bigging and Walker, Thurston and Horley. Oh, slams the side of the 93. He's got to watch out, they're going to pit back. Thurston slides. Goes around in front of the field, the caution will wave. Eric W. gifting 5 memberships to the viewers down in the chat below. You knew that wasn't going to end well. As the drivers racing for second and the push come to shove. Let's go watch back on the replay. There's more of the tail even before that. I mean, you had to see the restart first. So that's that first hit right there. Thurston just goes right up into him. You see Walker trying to chase him back down the track. Thurston loses the rear end. Nearly puts him in the wall. Walker still not happy about the restart. Forces him into a four-wheel slide. We're going to have overtime at Wilkesboro. Last time we did, it was one heck of a finish. But tonight, we get it here. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go. New bigging. Poorly. Ford versus Chevrolet. It's going to be a shootout in Wilkesboro. The pace car makes the hard left. 2 to go in North Carolina. Poorly spun the tires. New bigging gets away. Third-Quist has a shot at glory. Gets the drive off for Salamanca. 1 to go in the Carolinas. Horley slides into the 16. Third-Quist. Last-ditch effort will not be enough. Douglas Newbigging is going to win for the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Want to say thank you to Eric W. for dropping down those 5 gifted memberships. Helps us out a ton as Doug will burn it down. 18 laps led. They all came at the end. And he got it with the 3. The 3 truck goes to victory lane. Third-Quist, nice fight back after a disappointing Talladega finish. Will find his way to a runner-up spot as we'll go talk to Douglas Newbigging. Always a lot of fun to hear what Doug always has to say, as it has been one heck of a night. Doug, it's a John. You got a copy?
Yeah, I gotcha, buddy.
How was it?
You know, it was pretty fun. You know, I thought kind of like Joe, Kyle, they were kind of class of field there. I felt like a long run. I kind of cooked my stuff in the heat race, so couldn't really show what I got long run there, but yeah, kind of just saved my stuff at the beginning, worked out pretty decent. Then just me and Walker left, and you know, I thought like, okay, we had a really good race in the heats, and I mean, coming down the wire there, we were talking about our tires after the pit stop happened, and he had a little bit better right rear in his rears, and my right front was a little better. So it would have been a really good race if that went green all the way, but it didn't. Kind of, Ben got about 20 seconds of damage from that wreck he got into, so that kind of ruined his night. And yeah, just kind of, I knew like once I got out front, it was going to be easy sailing just because of the unique line I run. I could stall out the people who are in the top lane if I have to. Yeah, so, I don't know. It was fun. Pretty fun.
Well, last time I talked to you was for the Michigan race, and I thought, man, you're going to go to Victory Lane.
I know, right? I sold that.
Well, guess what? Turn around 2 days later, you go to Victory Lane. How about at it?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I think this is like the 3rd time I think I won here in this. Like at North Wilkesboro. It's weird, dude.
I gotta ask you this question. You drive a really unique number 7 truck, and you become, I wouldn't say a fan favorite, but really well known now. with these drivers, and we've been talking about possibly doing diecast. I asked the question, would you buy a NR Night in America 164 scale diecast? Now, they'd be more expensive than the regular NASCAR diecast because they're custom made, but 72% said yes.
Yeah.
And the big thing is we'd have to avoid some type of copyright issue. You're one of the few drivers that runs a very unique number 7 truck that, or even 7 car that looks amazing. Would you one day want to have a custom diecast out there for the viewers?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. You know what I mean? I think it's pretty dope. You know, I got my paint scheme maker, give him some little bit of exposure, you know, because he already gets so much great exposure. You know, his paint's on scheme, everyone can see it, they love it. So it's like,
I think everyone loves the Doug schemes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Doug, I got to ask you a question. You think this is going to work, what we're about to do?
The what? The diecast stuff or the what?
I'm talking about race 3. So race 3
All right, hang on.
Are you ready for this?
What is it?
It's going to be Gen 4 and Gen 6 mix. We're doing an old ARCA race.
Where at?
Probably Charlotte, because that's a free track. It's Sunday night, and we don't know how many drivers we would have left.
Bro, I got
ready to rip.
Charlotte. I gotta go to college tomorrow, man. It's like.
But do you think it's gonna work?
I think it'll work. Charlotte, you know, the Gen 4s at Charlotte. That's pretty good. I like them there. They're a lot of fun. Gen 6s at Charlotte. Last time I ran them there was like for a 600 in my league, and it was all right, I thought. But you know, I think it'll be exciting at least. You know what I mean? Because it's like. You know, this is like, I never really heard of it being done before if you're gonna do something like this, kind of mixed class racing, you know?
But the only thing is, it's one race. We just lower the horsepower of the Gen 4 because we don't know which one would be, so nobody will really know which one is gonna be faster.
Well, it's weird because like at Charlotte especially, I feel like the car, like the Gen 4s in general are pretty like, they're not as much, I mean the last time I ran them, they're definitely more on throttle than what they used to be. So I kind of would be interested to see kind of like how that style would have to change because you're lowering the horsepower. I imagine it'd just be more on throttle if anything. But yeah, you know, I mean, then again, you got the Gen 6 right there. They're able to draft a lot better, right? You get 2 of them connected, they draft. The Gen 4s, there's nothing. You can't push, you can't do anything. There's nothing like that. So, but then again, the Gen 4s will probably be able to suck up to the Gen 6s. So yeah, I think
there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions to be answered.
There's a lot of questions. Yeah. It's a unique idea. I'll give you that much. You know, why not? Sunday night, fun night.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. Sunday night's not doing as many races, obviously, because it is Sunday night, but do you see us doing this more in the future?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, you know, we had this great NASCAR race, great NASCAR finish, you know, beforehand, so that might have got people rowdied up to go like, all right, let me watch some NASCAR on YouTube stuff, and then, hey, guess what? Look at this. Extreme over this side, you know, look at this, wow, you know, so I'll tune in and watch this. So yeah, I think it's a great idea, you know, more races, the merrier, I say, especially when it's more like technical tracks like these, like car track combos. I really like these ones. And also too, it's like, you know, for the super speedway, I kind of like did what you've been begging me to do forever, which is, you know, be a little bit more aggressive, run up front. So it was kind of fun doing that for once in a while. So yeah. It was fun.
Well, it is very interesting. Doug, you sound tired. We're going to go ahead and let you go. But
yeah,
congratulations going back to victory lane.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Session is up, ladies and gentlemen. You can continue. I cut you off. That's on me.
Unbelievable.
I want to point out, we did lower the horsepower.
The burger challenge?
I did the what? Oh my gosh.
You failed the burger challenge?
Let's not get into that.
I'm bringing that up.
You shouldn't be bringing that up.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing I could have done. I tried. That the guy didn't throw up next to me. You know what? I'm just gonna make this is so out of context for everyone watching that doesn't understand. The guy threw up next to me and it ruined all my hopes and dreams. I couldn't hold myself. Anyways,
yeah, you know who did get it done? Tyler Tinsley. Give that man a raise. He gets a raise. Get that man a raise. He should own NR Night in America. Personally, I think you should give him the rights.
I want to point out I was outpacing Tyler Tinsley on the first burger. It's the grease that got me. I consider myself someone that eats very well, like very, very well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I got out-dueled completely. I won the first half, and I got smoked later on, so there's nothing I can do. By the way, do you know my Ricky Craven shirt? I usually wear a polo for NR Night in America, more professional. I thought, man, it's throwback night. Just wear a Ricky Craven shirt. Yeah, I like it. I like my Craven shirt. I did wear it at the truck race, so Daytona truck race. All right, that's great. Hey, listen, we're heading in there now. Good luck.
Yeah, see you around, John.
See ya.
you on stream. Love you, fans.
So we're going to get ready to head on in, ladies and gentlemen. Last race of the night. I have no idea what to expect. We lowered the horsepower of the Gen 4, but the Gen 6 is in there. We don't know how many cars these drivers will pick. You can pick Gen 4 or Gen 6. It's an ARCA race. Why are we testing this live instead of in a test session? Because why not? It's Sunday night. It's 30 laps. We have lowered the horsepower by 10%. I really do not know what to expect. I'll give you that. No idea what to expect. But I believe most of these people may be joining in the Gen 4 because the Gen 4 has more horsepower, but I've lowered it considerably. But the Gen 6, you can slam draft. You can push a lot more than anything else. So, who joins in what? I say Schmidt joins in the Gen 4. I'd say a lot more younger drivers joining the Gen 6. It's pretty even. Wow, it is pretty even. It was pretty cool. Hornish in the Gen 6. Got a couple Gen 4s in there. Alvin Carter. Fucci. We got a couple Gen 6 River Page. Zachary Truel in the Gen 4. I think it's pretty even. We just don't know what really to expect from it, which is going to make it pretty interesting. It's almost midnight there on the East Coast, so we're going to try to get to this one as quick as we can. But thank you so much for 300 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we will be back Tuesday night, and the races will be quicker on Tuesday. That will be a fact, no doubt about it. We'll be getting those quick races in. Pretty even. All right, so hopefully us lowering the horsepower evened it out to a T. We're not sure how many will join in. It's just a 30-lap race at Charlotte, but it should be a whole lot of fun. Baldera's in the Gen 6. Yeah, I want to say it's about maybe, it's majority Gen 6, but I still think the next gen's going to do really well. I don't know. Horley in the Gen 6, okay. No, Gen 4, no, Horley in the Gen 4. The noise difference is what's going to be interesting and what we're all going to have to get used to. You can hear it right away. That's a Gen 4, and that's a Gen 6 in the outside wall. Interesting, but we're very thankful for everyone that has joined on in. I'm telling you, it's always a lot of fun. Eric W. dropping down 10 gifted memberships, dude. Thank you so much. Really grateful of that indeed. I'm looking at it. I think we're going to have a pretty solid field. I think this is going to be pretty cool. I think we're going to have a really cool race. I just don't know what's going to be the best car that you would want to use. All right, let's do it. Advancing the session, we're going trackside. Hey, very soon, also want to point this out, we'll be doing a multi-class Talladega race with the trucks, Xfinity, and Cup. I want to do it this Friday, but I don't know if we're going to do it this Friday. Just keep that all in mind. Oh, we might not even be able to stream on Friday. The trucks are racing on Friday. I just realized that. So we're forced to go next Sunday anyways. We might just have to do the 2.4 hours at Talladega next Sunday. Ooh, something to keep in mind. Oh, it's group qualifying. That's something I forgot to change. Well, it's all right. We're going to see it. Group qualifying in hand. Well, we know what the Gen 6 are going to work together. Nose to tail. But the Gen 4 will not be able to do so. Major. Chad Thornquist. You know, let's go dial up a driver. Let's go dial up a driver while they're qualifying. Group qualifying. I did not know it was group qualifying. I didn't see that one coming. And we'll see who has what it takes. I'm guessing Gen 6 is going to take it early on because of the group qualifying help they can get. No, we haven't talked to Chad. He jokes to Gen 6. Let's hear it. Chad, so John, you got a copy. Why the Gen 6?
I feel more comfortable in it. I love the Gen 4s, but it's just the Gen 6 I feel like I got more, more in my control, feels smoother. especially at Charlotte.
Now, we've never tested this. Does this worry you for some of these other guys that joined in the Gen 4?
Not until I wreck.
William Schmidt goes 6. Hey, man, he's still pretty quick in them. They're pretty even.
Are they?
Yeah, Schmidt went 6, and that's without help. You guys had help. Oh, he got the outside wall here. I don't think he's going to get a time lap.
I think that's more just because of the fact I just went 8th right there. That's more because of the fact that we're able to keep the throttle pin down in the corners, and they're having to let off a lot and adjust with.
And they're now at
horsepower.
90%. They're not at 100%.
Are they at like 85, 80?
No, I put them down to 90. I don't want to put. I feel like if I put to 80, it would put those guys on a different end. But there's still a lot of Gen 4. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. Not a terrible idea. I'm more interested. I think Schmidt is going to be really quick.
Is he the first one in the?
Frank D'Angelo's top of the board.
And that's Gen 6.
But this is group qualifying, though. That's the big thing. I grouped and I put on group.
I like the touch on that. I like the group qualifying touch. I think for more of these multi-class events, we should have group qualifying.
Well, I just found out Las Vegas trucks will be Friday night, which means we're not streaming next Friday night. Very unfortunate.
Oh, okay.
So do we go Thursday night, and then Sunday night, the 2.4 hours of Talladega?
2.4 Dega. Oh.
Oval.
I'll tell you what.
It'll be the oval.
There is no road course at Dega.
That is
We'd
true.
We'd have to drive to the RVs if there was. But 2.4 Dega Sunday night. I'd be chill with that. I'd run the next gen though for sure.
Why is that?
I feel like I'm best drafting as a pusher with the next gens because there's more openings. There's more opportunities to be taken. It drafts better. Trucks. A lot of people in the trucks don't really. They think they know what they're doing on the record. It's going to do draft package like what just happened earlier. I've never liked it. I'm not been a big fan of it.
Well, I'm going around. I'm looking for all these Gen 4s, and they're really, I wouldn't say nowhere to be seen, but they're nowhere to be seen minus Schmidt that's gone 8th quick. But Schmidt hasn't been using any drafts. So I feel like if we do this again, we might just have to take off the restriction, the speed restriction. But this is going to be interesting. We got a pretty good group. There's James Thurston. Oh, James Thurston's in a Gen 4.
Yeah, he's in front of me in mission right here.
And he went 12th quick.
Yes, sir. We're catching him. It's not a whole lot.
And that was his first out lap. This is his time right here. So if he comes back, I think we'll be able to actually see where he lies. No doubt about it, the Gen 6 right now has got some serious speed on him. Thurston back to line, 14th. He's only 3.6 back. No, he's only he's a 2.42 back. So if we do this again, we might just take off the restriction because it was already tight to begin with. But wow, it's very interesting.
You know what's going to be fun? You haven't mentioned it at all. Wait until the tire wear kicks in.
Yeah, that's going to be the big kicker because, I mean, it's 30 laps. I'm really hoping we go green. I am really hoping we go green because tire wear and handling will be the big difference. Who do you think will have the win in that?
You want me to pick both of them?
Out of one of the two, which one? Gen 4, Gen 6 on tires? I'll just start, I'm going to start hitting you with questions. You're going to just start hammering them out.
All right, I'm just going to lighten it round. All right, tire wear Gen 6.
Let's Gen 6 on tires.
Yes.
Okay, speed, Gen 4, Gen 6.
Gen 6.
Why is that? Draft?
Yeah.
Handling, Gen 4, Gen 6.
Gen 4.
Gen 4, better handling, really?
I wouldn't say better handling, but there's a lot
you
more
can feel it. You can feel it out more.
Yeah, you can adjust it. It's
All right.
not numb.
All right,
the Gen
fun.
6 is a little
Who's
bit
going to have the
more
most fun during this?
numb. Everyone.
Everyone. I like that. All right, and last one. Let's see. Let's go with fuel mileage.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really
And it's
good
30
question.
laps. I don't think you guys will need to pit. But, I mean, if,
No,
let's say the Gen 6 guzzles fuel quicker, they'll be faster long term because you guys aren't pitting under green.
No, but I still think I think the Gen 6, there's two reasons why there's going to be more fuel in the tank at the end, is because we're at lower RPMs and the draft is a lot more potent with the Gen 6 than it is the Gen 4s.
You know what? Let's ask what the chat thinks. I like the idea. I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun. We always are trying new things, aren't we?
Yeah, it's refreshing. It's very refreshing.
Oh, hey. It is going to be a blast to see what comes next. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'm quickly asking you guys, Gen 4 or Gen 6, and you all will be able to go ahead and choose what you think is best. As we get ready to go green just one more time. Frank DeAngelis on the pole. Has not won in a long time. Matter of fact, last win was at Charlotte. That was not a duel. Last win was at Charlotte, and he actually finished, he crossed the line second, took the win away from Gavin Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, we get the one to go here, and it's the what kind of race is this? As you are guessing, a Gen 4 and a Gen 6 in the same race? What could go right? What could go wrong? Let's go green just one more time. You know what? We've always talked about doing ARCA racing in the future. I think we have our ARCA style race. Because, man, I lowered the horsepower on the Gen 4. They're a little bit slower. We know we just got to give the Gen 4 back some horsepower, and it's perfect. And we are good to go. DeAngelis, Mosteller, Mitchum, Beckman, Godspeed drivers. You are go for throttle up. You know what? This may be the race everyone's looking forward to the most, because we just don't know what to expect. Time to get it done. Time to go green. Pace car makes that hard left onto pit road. Chevy, Ford, DeAngelis, Mosteller light the fuse of the Gen 4, Gen 6 race. Schmidt, 4 wide, 3 wide on the bottom. James Thurston guns it to the lead, and he's out like a light. Man, he is gone. Whoa. Oh, stacking them up. Beckman up into the outside wall. The Gen 4's all wreck, and the caution will wave. Wow. What were they doing? Chad Hornish. Johnson, Bobby Richard. James Thurston just lit a fuse and got out of there. I mean, bye-bye. Did you see that? I cannot believe he just grabbed it and ran. Okay, maybe we need to lower the horsepower a little bit more. I am just in awe. We need to watch back on everything. That was just insane. Even before this is them pacing. Where's Thurston? This is James Thurston. This is where James Thurston is. Watch this. Here, let's just ride on board with him. What a guy. I can't. Are you kidding me? He got out of there and in a hurry. I didn't even see it happen. I was so focused on the big stack up, I didn't realize James Thurston just said goodnight. Wow, it's like being on an interstate You know, the speed limit's 70, you're going 78, 79. You don't want to get tagged by the state trooper. And here comes just a dude in a blacked out BMW just ripping 90, 95 around you. And you look at him and he's staring right back at you. I just cannot believe it. That is unbelievable. Wow. Here I am, somehow thinking that Gen 6 was going to have such a huge advantage. But the big thing is tires. Tires will be that big thing to take a look at. I am just in shock. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? This is just unbelievable. I mean, what was that? We got to take even more horsepower out of these cars. Now, those are words NASCAR fans do not like. I understand that. I very much understand. But, like, if we're going to do the Gen 6, Gen 4, you know, rehash, wow. I don't even know what to say. We're going to reset ATVO because they're still taking a lot of data for the last couple of races. James Thurston, you are ridiculous. Did he jump the start? I was so focused on what he did. He might have jumped the start. Now, we did take out half the field. If he jumped the start, he's got to go to the tail end of the longest line. Which is fine. He's going to do it again. But yes, he did jump the start. You are correct. I just looked back on it. So L1 James Thurston. Jumped it, which will put William Schmidt on the front row. Well, isn't that just the darndest thing? I cannot believe it. How many cars do we have left racing? We're going to take a look at it. Right now we're down to 17 after the huge one that happened. But James Thurston will now have to go to the back and try it again. So Most will pick the bottom. Schmidt, we're not exactly sure what lane Schmidt wants to pick, but we're going to line it back up 2 by 2, and we'll be ready to go green. But it's okay. It's a challenge for James Thurston to do it again, because he's got a rocket ship, no doubt about it. Let's go green. Now remember, tire wear, it's going to be big on those Gen 4s. That will be the big equalizer. Back underway from Charlotte, USA. Schmidt to the outside lane. 99, the rest of the field. Oh my gosh. I just cannot believe it. Looks like we should have nerfed those engines a little bit more. And oh, by the way, here comes Thurston. Let's ride on board with that 96. Hey, don't look now, but I think Demos is actually closing in on William Schmidt. Remember, these Gen 6 machines, they can work better together. Don't look now, Mosteller is closing the gap. Let's give an opportunity this inside. Downstairs on Schmidt. Says, get out of my way, Mosteller, the fight for the lead. Now remember, they got the 550 package. They don't really have to lift that much in the middle of the corner. Schmidt's got a lot more horsepower to work with. Hey, it's pretty even. Wow. Schmidt to the bottom. Most looking to the outside. Pulls to the rear, pulls to the inside. Can't find a way through. DeAngelis is even looking for a peek. Thurston 8th, Next-Gen 4. Truther in the 7th. Wreck in the rear. Multiple machines, but towards the back half of the field, we stay green. I think they still have to line up right here. And Frank is blinking heavily. 21 to go. DeAngelis in second. 3-4 the difference. Thurston in eighth. Now that internet is not getting better. He's got to fix it, and in a hurry, or he's going to be out of this race. $20 to go. Now this is one of the coolest races I think we've ever held. Such a random idea, and it's working. Now Schmidt, once again, is tearing the tires up a little bit more than those Gen 4s, or should we say those Gen 6s. Most to the bottom. Mitchum to the outside. And once again, the Gen 4s have 90% power compared to their 100% to line up with that of the Gen 6. The only thing is, Schmidt is pulling away. Thurston in eighth. Let's look at the speed. Now this is 183 at the line, worn tires. 192, 192 and a half. Center of the corner, then he goes down to 162. Mitchum in a second. It's down to 160, 159, 158. Once again, back to the center of the corner. Let's look at these drivers in the Gen 6. 182, 184, nowhere near that 190. But only 166 in the drop, nose to tail. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's almost even in a way, but still, I would say an advantage to the Gen 4. Which means the next time we do this, they would have to be forced to go down at 85 horsepower. Oh, trouble! Thurston into the outside wall with Aiden Walker, and the caution will wave again. And they just came together coming down off corner exit. All right, let's see what happened. Walker gives the lane to the 96. And Thurston just comes up for, well, we don't know why. Went up into Aiden Walker, and that would cause his race to end. But with 15 laps to go, we will have another shot at it. Lights on the top of the pace car. We asked you guys, and it's a 50-50 split really on the Gen 4 and the Gen 6. Let's go hear from a driver so we can kind of diagnose what's going on with what, where, why, and how. And how things are really working. You know, let's go talk to William Schmidt. Schmidt, it's the John. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
You got a rocket ship. I mean, that thing just blasts off. Clearly, you're showing the Gen 4 superior.
Yeah, straightaway speed is absolutely insane in this thing.
Now, do you think it would be an advantage in a long green flag run?
Probably not. The rear end is sliding out a lot. Tire wear is going to mean a lot more in this thing, so probably in a late run, the Gen 6 would actually probably catch back up.
Now, you'll have less than 15 to go. I'd still say you have the big advantage here. No, you got beat out of pit road. Are they quicker on pit stops?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, Michael Mitchum just beat you off pit road. You were the outside end of turn one anyways. Drafting, you have no help. They do. That's how they caught up right away. Was that a worry at all?
It was to begin with, but I was hearing that dirty air was really bad for them and stuff not really as big of a problem for me, so I just kind of slightly pulled away a little more and more over the course of that run.
Well, I gotta say this. Do we change the package up at all?
Definitely. I mean, I'm enjoying it as is for obvious reasons, but yeah, this is a little unfair for the Gen 4. So I would say maybe put in the ARCA version of the Gen 4 instead, see how that does later. But I mean, it's still an interesting experience. It's a lot of fun, and I'm enjoying it.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of fun. So you'd say what, 85 power? Because this is at 80. No, this is at 90.
I'm gonna be real with you. I do not know what any of that means, but whatever equals them out more, whatever equals them out more, the better.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Schmidt, you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Yeah, of course. I want to, thank all the fans for sticking out. It's really awesome to have them. I want to thank you for putting this on. I want to thank all the drivers for putting on some good racing tonight. And yeah.
Now hold on. What about a Dega 2.4?
What is the Dega 2.4?
Oh, 2.4 hours a Dega multi-class race.
Oh Lord, that is okay. All right.
I'm thinking about doing it next Sunday. We may have to move Friday stream to Thursday, and I'm just kind of like, ooh, I don't know. It's interesting, right? I mean,
it is an interesting concept, yeah.
But then we would do it on Friday night. We'd do it on Sunday night after the Las Vegas race.
Yeah.
But just your curiosity on it.
It sounds interesting. So, I mean, I'm down for it, obviously.
Well, hey man, it's gonna be a lot of fun. See what you can do. You're not even restarting up front. Why are you row 2?
I believe Demo stayed out.
Oh man, you're gonna be boxed in. Well, hey, good luck out there.
I feel like this might be a strategical call.
This is a strategical call. This is the Gen 6 guys working together.
If I had to guess, you might not go on the start here for a reason or two, but we'll see.
Good luck. Pace car down below. This is going to be the restart. 12 laps to go in this race. Beckman jumping the start to the outside. Drive-through penalty for him. If he does not serve it, he's automatically disqualifying the race to turn 1. L2 with Beckman. Schmidt to the outside, and Schmidt to the lead. One thing is, Mitchum's got him back below. Mosteller on the outside. Couldn't get him. 11 to go. The fresh tires, the Gen 6 has such a big advantage. Jumps back to the outside. 11 to go. Mitchum downstairs. Mosteller on the outside. 10 to go from Charlotte. One outside wall. 2, 3 other machines involved. Let them race. Now a lot of guys racing left, man. They're wrecking back there. They're tired. You got to let them keep going. Oh, Mosteller with Mitchum. Not going to work out. Do they save it? They do. No caution. That puts DeAngelis in a second, but needs Thornquist to work with them, not go wheel to wheel. 9 to go. Schmidt, DeAngelis, Thornquist, and Richard. Lines up 1, 2, 3, 4. And some Baldera's back there in 5th. I just got the greatest idea. What if we did the different eras of stock car racing? 5 different eras, 12 drivers in each class. I think that would be pretty sweet. And we did a 120 lap race at Auto Club. I think that could work. Or maybe a 100-lap race on Auto Club. Schmidt, DeAngelis in third place, 1, 2, 3. So it'd be the 87s, the Gen 4, the car tomorrow, the Gen 6, and the Next Gen. Schmidt losing time off the outside lane. The tires have gone bleak. Third in third, Richard in fourth. Balderas to fifth. Richard into the outside wall. Can Frank DeAngelis get his first win in months in NR Night in America? He's won at Charlotte more than any other track. It would be a multi-class race. Third in third. Richard in fourth. Balderas in fifth. Three to go. This time by. Well, the Gen 4 no doubt has the speed and the attrition to make it back to the start-finish line. But the tire wear is the real question. Can DeAngelis close on in? Or can Thornquist maybe arrow push him? No, he goes wheel to wheel. One goes top, the other goes bottom. Two to go from Charlotte. And I love the fact that William Schmidt took the bait to run this Gen 4. A lot of people said, oh, it's going to be the Gen 6. The Gen 6 is going to be superior. He's lowering the horsepower. Working together. We're going to get him. We're going to get him really quick. Heck yeah. And Schmidt said, oh yeah, I'm going to go for the Gen 4. You know why he went for the Gen 4, ladies and gentlemen? Because of ARCA. Salamanca, 1 to go at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He went for the Gen 4 because at one point it was allowed to be ran in the ARCA series, because ARCA used to be Gen 4, then they went to Gen 4, Gen 6. No, he always supported the lower tier drivers, the lower funded drivers. Now here he is to 3 and 4. Gen 4 defeats Gen 6 in the North Carolina region. Schmitty victorious from Charlotte, USA. Bobby Richard 4th. Balderas wrecked. Mosteller gets 5th. We have the idea of the century. And now it's time to get to work, because it will happen either this Sunday or next Friday. Because it's going to be a lot of fun. You guys have been great. You guys have been amazing. So glad to have you all as viewers, and I can't wait for you all to tune in Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Get ready, because I know what the next community event's going to be. Through the Eras, NASCAR style. Keep it ready. NR Night America, feeling victories all year long. William Schmidt burning it down. One other track I can think of is Auto Club, where we can literally go through the eras, and it would be an absolute blast. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. Monday morning is upon us. But we are ready to see you Tuesday night, maybe Thursday night, definitely next Sunday night after Phoenix. After Las Vegas, Phoenix. It's about the time when we'll do that community event. Keep it in mind. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. My name's John Ramos, the voice of NR, and this has once again been